Right, we are live. Make certain this is actually set to... Yeah, there we go. For some reason, the game wasn't showing up on the stream. Alright. Let's jump into the new matchmaking system. So this is exciting. They've added a rating system to Mechabellum, so we should be getting more even games. I'll need to win a couple, probably, to get to where my rating should be. I've only played one with the new system, so have a little bit of going up to do. Really looking forward to seeing how the game works when you're a slightly more even footing with your usual opponents. I think I've maintained close to a 90% win rate so far in this game, because it doesn't necessarily match you with people who are as good as you, so I'm really happy to see a new matchmaking system. Alright, I really don't like starting with Fangs. We're 100% to lose this first one because we have Fang Sledge into Stormcaller, but I like cost control a lot, so we're doing what we can. Let's get... I think our best way to win this one is probably going to be to overload a flank. And then with a very aggressive opener. Because we're cost control, I could maybe go for a missile or something. I could go for crawlers down the other flank to see if we can maybe distract their Stormcaller fire, but I think our best bet is going to be a Stormcallers of our own probably next. Let's start with some crawlers. I'm going to do a unit of crawlers split like so to try to distract their storms, and then we'll do another unit of crawlers behind our sledges to split them. This is a very risky opening. I don't know how well this will work. We're going to see. Alright, my opponent's just layered in a ton more Fangs. Looks like they are pretty experienced themselves because they have gone with like vertically spaced storms. That's something that you need a little bit of experience in the game to understand how to do. Alright, so our flank overload has still not gone great, even though we put a ton of units on the one flank. Still losing this flank anyways. Our unit comp was just so disadvantaged against theirs round one. This is why I really don't like starting comps with Fangs. So I think it's even possible that I should be just avoiding those entirely. Let's grab... Extra movement on our Fangs is pretty nice. Losing range is bad, obviously, but this will also help with the Fang versus Fang duels. I could go with some kind of air unit. I could go with more sledges on the right to clear their Fangs and let my crawlers distract longer. I think we'll do that. We'll grab these sledges, and then I'm going to get Mechanical Rage on my Fangs, maybe. Just make them much faster. Another option is just more crawlers, try to pull apart what they're doing. It's very likely that my opponent will drop a missile, so I might want to place a shield. I think I will go with a shield here. This slightly further back shield will maybe defend against what my opponent has. And then I'm going to go with another unit of crawlers straight down the middle. And I'm going to give my crawlers Mechanical Rage so that they can get in faster and also be a little better at distracting the opponent's storms. Okay, so they've gone for Shield Specialist and a shield of their own. I think we're going to win this one just because we have our crawlers on this side that are going to kill the building. This arc light is really good over here, of course. But given the building advantage, I think we're still in good shape. We're knocking down their high-level marksmen. Their storms are not currently shooting at my sledges, which is what we wanted. And their Arclight did manage to turn around in time, so I guess we do lose this one. Let's hope we can take out their shield. Looks like we're getting kind of the worst of all possible worlds. Their storms still take out all my stuff, and we also lose the round. And don't break the shield. So we're probably going storms of our own this round. Countering both their storms and their Arclights. I actually won't go with extended range storms, even though we're picking up storms, just because I think in the storm versus storm duel, you're better off just buying them. Don't want mass-produced sledgehammer, so we'll go with electromagnetic impact. Get storms of our own. This is fine that our storms are a little further back, because then they'll still hit the opponent's fangs and shields. I still need a shield here, unfortunately. And what are we going to do? I guess we'll upgrade these crawlers. My opponent will need something to handle these crawlers on this side, so I'm going to go with dropping the EM Blast here. It's possible that we can use that. Actually, rather than doing that, I'll just throw a missile down. I think they're pretty likely to put an Arclight on this side, and this missile might hit it. And then we can use the EM Blast here to knock down their shield. Maybe remove the tech from their Arclights. Alright, they've gone with 2 missiles of their own, so we're probably losing this one again. We are at least going to break the one shield. Yeah, it's really rough starting with Fangs, because if your opponent has storms, you're just in a ton of trouble. Definitely feeling behind in this game. Probably going to add in more storms. We're now starting to take actual damage, so this is getting a lot worse. And a couple of their units have leveled up as well. Let's grab Orbital Bombardment. They will probably place more shields, and we're going to have to drop our own shields, but we're also going to go with 2 more units of storms, I think. Shields of our own to stop their missiles, assuming they go for missiles again. Placing these pretty far forward so they'll tank the missile. Upgrade these, and then I'm going to also go with attack. The attack will maybe make my storms break their stuff. Okay, they've gone with Incendiary. We at least blocked a lot of it. And they didn't place new shields, so our Orbital Bombardment will do pretty well this round. We'll have to see if we have enough Fangs to kill their Phoenixes left over, because obviously we have nothing else that shoots up other than these Fangs. Looks like no. I'm hoping my storms leave the shield so that we actually keep the shield for next round. Looks like they have. So that part's fine. So now my options are I could go with definitely grabbing the Smoke Bomb, I think. We'll use Smoke Bomb here. My opponent has triple Phoenixes, so I could do Wasps. We'll place that Smoke Bomb a little more carefully. Yeah, let's drop it right there. I could do Wasps, I could do Mustangs. Mustangs might be good anyways. It's still bad against the Arclights that are a big problem for us right now. But overall, we just need stuff that can knock down my opponent's Phoenixes. Another option that we could do is Melting Points. Melting Points are pretty good against Phoenixes, and obviously very good against these sledges that my opponent has mixed in. I think the cleanest thing is probably going to be Mustangs. We can use the Mustangs later on as well with the anti-missile upgrade. For now, I'm going to give them the anti-air spec, or possibly range. Probably just range. So actually, I think we'll pass on just getting a generalist upgrade and upgrade my existing units. Then go with mass recruitment and another unit of Mustangs. My opponent has placed an Overlord. I don't think the Overlord is actually going to be great for them. I'll probably mix in a few units of Phoenixes of my own. And give my Mustangs the anti-air spec. What we need to do is kill this building before the Overlord targets onto my Mustangs. Then we will win the round. Looks like we are going to do that. So coming back in this round, which is nice. Yeah, I believe that that Overlord is a mistake from my opponent. Tank production line is kind of interesting, given that we might be buying a melting point to counter their Overlords. They have, yeah, photon coating, which is interesting because you can buy photon emission on Overlords as well. Let's definitely upgrade my Mustangs. We have the disconnect bug again. Let's check the stream health. Yeah, stream is good, just disconnected. So frustrating. Give this a minute to reconnect. Usually reconnects right near the end of the turn for whatever reason. Okay, there we go. Well, we'll get to upgrade a few things, but not spend any money this round, so definitely in trouble now. I also don't agree with my opponent's Vulcans here. They're just going to get blasted by the Stormcallers before they hit too much stuff, I think. Next round, of course, we'll be able to actually place units with any luck, and then we can try to win the round. But getting behind like that because we weren't able to spend money definitely sucks. Probably do Phoenixes next round. Let's see, do we survive that disconnect? Yes, we do. Okay, I'm going to grab super heavy armor, I think. Upgrade these units. So I could play, yeah, Phoenixes of my own seem pretty good. I'm going to place shields here to block the Vulcan fire and keep my small units alive. Might go with Mechanical Rage or something along those lines. Let's hit this with Electromagnetic, and then I'll drop a Lightning Storm here. Try to use all my cooldowns to recover from that disconnect. Then I could do Melting Points. Melting Points on the sides would aggro to my opponent's Vulcans and kill them pretty quickly. Let's go with that, actually. So I've got a Melting Point out here and out here, trying to make sure it is aggroed specifically to the Vulcan. I also would like for it to be in the shield, if possible. Great. And then I'm gonna go with the defense upgrade. I could do another mass recruitment or just more shields. Let's go with a shield. Give this guy the extra health. Alright, well this is a little rough because of that disconnect, but I think we've done our best to recover here. Lightning Storm should do a ton of work against what my opponent has as well. This next round, they will be able to place Chaff to deal with the melting points. But given how quickly we're killing their Vulcans, I'm feeling pretty good about this one at the moment. Don't think we have enough damage to take them out, but things are going well. Close. Almost got them this round. Alright, let's get, I think, just Defense Specialist. They have Incendiary, so I'll need to place shields to block that. Definitely upgrading my melting points. Let's make sure that we've placed shields to block the Incendiaries, because they have their cooldown this round. I will still upgrade these crawlers to level 2, even though they'll mostly just get fried by the Vulcans. But the big thing is going to be this. Then, what are we doing to take out what my opponent has? So I need something to clear whatever chaff they place in front of these melting points. So I could go with probably just some Mustangs. Mustangs will clear whatever it is pretty quickly. I will give them the aerial spec as well. And I can place a missile down here. Again, just in front of the Vulcans to make sure that it's knocking down the chaff. We'll do a lone and a missile back here. And then I could do one more shield. I could do just another unit of fangs. Definitely upgrading a unit here. I could also place another unit of crawlers, like on the flanks. My opponent actually does not have anything on this back right flank that deals with a flanking crawler unit, so as funny as it is this late in the round, I think we're going with a flanking crawler, and I'll place it far back so it doesn't get caught by anything. We'll see if that does anything. Yeah, so we did block their Incendiary. Still taking out the Vulcan on the left very quickly, thanks to our Mustangs. They do have chaff blocking it on the right. Alright, they went with a backline Wasp, which actually blocked my flank. So great play by my opponent, anticipating that, but I think despite the disconnect, we are still handily winning this one. We have enough Mustangs left over to knock down their Wasps, I believe. Plus my melting point, of course, can take down a bunch of Wasps. We are going to lose a couple Mustangs to that Stormcaller unit, but yeah, they don't have enough stuff. Great. All right. Feels good to win that one, even with the disconnect bug. Alright, this opponent has quite a bit higher combat power than me. It's going well in the robot mines. Oh man, all of the chat just popped in all at once. Okay, so people have been saying stuff, I just haven't seen it. Sorry for not answering earlier. Yeah, no, robot mines are going great. Have won one game and lost 0 so far, so that's 100%. Cost control again, and we've got crawlers and steel balls with marksman spec from my opponent once again. So crawlers and steel balls should be disadvantaged against my Mustang marksman build, but of course they have their own high-level marksmen. I'm gonna kind of back my marksman up a little. So the question is, how do I take out all these crawlers and let my marksmen target their things effectively? So I could do arc lights, I could do more mustangs, I could do crawlers of my own and just try to distract their units. I think that's probably going to be the simplest play. We will do split crawlers here. Back these mustangs up one tile. Then probably it will be storms next round, but we'll see where things go from here. I'm going to save the rest of my money. My opponent's gone with just more crawlers and more marksmen. Yeah, so they've gone for a fourth unit of crawlers and a second marksman. Oh no! Okay, so the timing on the left side worked so badly for us. Our marksman got shot by their marksman before getting to shoot at all. So definitely losing this first round. But you expect to lose round one as cost control. Gonna want, I think, arc lights. We'll put those a little further back where they can help clear through this chaff. Really painful, though, that the way that placement worked. Okay, obviously we're taking subsidized arc light because I was going to go with that anyways, and I'll probably go with range on my marksman really early. Let's get arc lights. They're only 50, so I'll buy 3 of them. And if I get range on my marksman early enough, then what that will let us do is counter their marksman more quickly. I want to place more arc lights on this side, because this is the side with their leveled marksman. We'll go with that. And then I'm also going to grab, I think, attack. So that will let these one-shot their crawlers. What we want, of course, is for my arc lights to be focusing crawlers. My opponent's gone with a missile, which makes a lot of sense. So their missile should win them this round. This marksman is going to target my arc light, but my marksman actually shot it first. Yeah, range on our marksman was huge here. We managed to at least take out all their marksmen. Still going to lose because they placed a missile. So they're going to knock down our building before the second engagement on this side. They also did kill the arc light. If we still had that arc light, there's a chance we could win anyways. Okay, grabbing deployment spec, of course. Alright, my opponent now does have leveled units, which is a real problem for us. I could go with shooting squad on my marksman. I could also use a missile of my own to clear one of their flanks. I could go with wasps. Wasps would be pretty good against their marksman. I could go with storms against their marksmen, but they have enough fast units that I don't think storms are going to be effective here. I probably just want more crawlers on this flank to block up the steel balls and everything. And then, in terms of upgrades, I could go with range upgrades on my arc lights, or damage upgrades on my arc lights, so they maybe have a chance to kill steel balls. I think I'm going to grab another marksman as well on the left flank to try to knock down some steel balls as they get up here. And then on the right flank, let's go with probably another marksman. And then I think what we're actually going to do is place these forward shields to block missiles. Finish our upgrades here. Yeah, so now we've countered my opponent's missiles with these shields. More or less, we'll see what they actually end up targeting, but I have enough marksmen that we knock down their marksmen. Unfortunately, that missile did still hit a bunch of crawlers. Gonna need another arc light on this side, although we'll see. This one may level up because it's hitting high-leveled crawlers. Do lose my shield on this side, unfortunately. I was hoping that would live. Alright, well, parasitic ammo is really, really good in these crawler versus crawler battles, so I think we pretty much have to do that, and we'll try to get it on a Vulcan later on in the round. For now, I'm not going to do that yet, because I really want to upgrade my units and not spend all my money on unlocking and placing a Vulcan. But we can then grab another unit of crawlers on this side. These crawlers will help beat chaff. Additionally, I'm also going to grab another arc light over on this side to clear through more crawlers, and then probably yet another arc light. Then that lets me upgrade all my units. My opponent may not place missiles because they might think I'm placing shields again. We aren't placing shields. Okay, they went with storms. Storms make a lot of sense. Did they grab... I think they probably also grabbed the parasitic ammo. Yeah, in fact, they placed it on this Stormcaller unit. So that's definitely going to be valuable for them, but next round we should be able to use a Stormcaller Vulcan, or a parasitic Vulcan, to make even more crawlers. And I'll probably also get missile upgrades on my Mustangs, because we already have Mustangs in the mix. Or anti-missile upgrades, rather. A Vulcan Descent is pretty interesting. I could place that back here, maybe, but I think what will end up happening with that is it'll be targeted by the steel balls. So I'm going to just grab Defense Specialist, I think. Not as good against steel balls, but still pretty good. And then I could go with... I could also just do Storms. If I did Storms here with the range upgrade and put Parasitic on them, then that would hit my opponent's Storms pretty easily anyways. I think that's actually going to be safer than doing a Vulcan. So we're going to do that. We'll get the range upgrade on my Storms, so that they will target my opponent's Storms first. Give these ones parasitic ammo. See. Even if my opponent range upgrades their marksmen, I think we're still safe. I probably will also do a lone this round, because I want to make sure they don't missile my Stormcallers. So this will be pretty good. We're definitely going to hit a bunch of stuff with our parasitic. We blocked and killed their parasitic ammo really quickly. The question is, on this flank, we have all these marksmen hitting crawlers, which is not great. Next round, I can go with the anti-missile upgrade if I feel like I need it. But they have 4 units of Stormcallers already, which will probably overwhelm any amount of anti-missile Mustangs I place. The other great thing about this round is we're going to get to keep both our shields, which means they can't even really use a missile to trade out with what we're doing. All of these are pretty nice. We don't have any cooldowns yet, so let's go with the Smoke Bomb. Definitely upgrading this. With only 800, I want to be a little careful about what I'm buying. I probably will just continue to place storms opposite my opponent's storms. Let's go with this and this. If they go with crawlers or something up front, then we can use arc lights to beat those. And then I'm also going to throw down this smoke bomb right here, making sure to catch my opponent's parasitic ammo storms in it. Upgrade my units. Another option is I could get Replicate on crawlers at some point as well, and probably will want to do that. One thing I don't like about this map is it's got this tree, and this like little hill, which makes these look like they're not parallel even when they are. I've placed 2 units already, so let's go with... I could do a missile. Actually, let's go with a missile here, because that will knock down any crawlers or anything they place as chaff. And then I'm going to mix in yet another arc light. These arc lights I should be upgrading at some point, but for now, my opponent has so many storm callers that arc lights are not actually... I'll put this one a little further forward where it can maybe clear chaff. Arc lights are not actually that important, and we'll do another similar missile. Okay, great smoke bomb from my opponent, and great shield from my opponent. It's gonna kind of come down to whose parasitic ammo barrage lands first. They also took out my stuff on this side really quickly. Did they range upgrade? Yeah, so they did range and launcher upgrades on their storms. So we probably need launcher upgrades on our storms as well. And then I will replace those shields and do launcher upgrades. Launcher upgrades on my storms and anti-missile upgrades on my Mustangs, which won't be great against their launcher upgraded storms, but just anything to help win these storm duels. Let's go with orbital bombardment. That will at least force them to replace all these shields. Upgrade these. Going with shield. Probably do want to just double shield everything. Just place 4 shields. Not like a huge fan of this, but given the orbital bombardments, then my opponent has these frontline stormcallers, which we're going to distract with crawlers. Placing these crawlers really far forward. I could get Mechanical Rage. Let's get the anti-missile upgrade on our Mustangs. This is just to keep the shields alive a little longer in these duels. I could get Launcher Overload. I think we'll wait on that for one more round. Upgrade this as well. Could just get another unit of Storms, probably to play here. And then have all my upgrades here. Let's get Mechanical Rage on our crawlers. That makes them better to distract as well, and also helps them win the crawler duels. Alright, my opponent has done a pretty similar play to me, but now all their stuff is hitting my crawlers. They placed some backline crawlers, but our crawlers are hitting them. Even with the smoke still on the ground, we're winning both flanks, it looks like. Our crawlers did all run off to the side and get distracted, so they weren't acting as chaff. I was really hoping that shield would live. Now I don't think we're having any shields live. Probably throw in a couple more units of Mustangs as well. Alright, feeling like we're definitely advantaged in this round, or in this game. Our forward place crawlers really put them under a ton of pressure. Oh, 100 life. Let's get... I think I just want attack specialist. use that to break their shields faster. Definitely upgrading those. My opponent's backline crawlers here, we will answer with an arc light. These flanking crawlers are not super efficient because we have these very cheap arc lights. I'm going to grab range on my arc lights, I think. I could get range and damage on them even. Let's definitely place our little pod of shields that we're doing every round. And then I think I'm going to mix in 2 more Mustang units just to help us win the Stormcaller duels. These ones, if I place them there, will get distracted, so let's just actually let them do that. Doesn't look like my opponent's flanked on this side yet. Doing some level ups. And then the question is, do I want a range or a damage upgrade on my arc lights? I think range will help them a lot. Just making sure they're clearing the crawlers before the crawlers can distract my storms. I will go for a resupply, even though we're not getting anything incredibly important. It's hopefully the last round, so we'll grab that. And then I will also place this like far back missile. This way, if my opponent has gone with forward crawlers, we can knock down their stuff. They've gone with their missile, but it's going to hit our stuff. Alright, Overlords is my opponent's answer. I think we have enough Marksmen and Mustangs that I'm not too worried about Overlords. Mustangs also do shoot down the Overlord missiles. And range-upgraded Marksmen are sort of the natural counter to Overlords. I think this was a reasonable desperation play, but I think my opponent was pretty far behind, because we had set up so our Stormcallers were just crushing theirs. Because we had the anti-missile tech. Surrender from the opponent. Ooh, 228 rating from that one, too. Oh, wow. Okay. Alright, so I'm up against my opponent, who is 25,000 combat power, but dodged me. Same opponent, they're going to dodge the Q again. They're dodging the Q because they don't want to lose all their combat power if they lose a match to me. Not the most sportsmanlike play, but people really care about their combat power rating. Everyone continuing to dodge the Q. I hope they add a Q dodging penalty to this game. Alright. Finally got an opponent who it looks like is going to actually play the game. How's everyone doing tonight? Alright, cost control with Fang Sledge. I like sledges. I hate fangs. I think it's... I mean, Giant Specialist is also a really good specialist, so maybe I should go with Giant over cost control, just because I really don't like fangs. This also loses to some early comps, like if they had arc lights, or sledges are also very good against this. But I really don't like giving up the first 2 rounds or so kind of for free, just because of how the unit matchups are. And this way we can grab Stormcallers or something to counter their units later on. Let's go with these crawlers in the center. Then, what am I grabbing? I could have Marksmen mixed in with this. I could just go with more crawlers. I could go Arclights, anticipating that they'll go crawlers. I think if we add a couple Marksmen, that's relatively safe. placing them a little further forward. Alright, my opponent's gone with Arclight. Makes perfect sense. It's an interesting stagger on... Okay, they are doing like a chevron instead of a stagger. I was very interested if they had some sort of plan with the kind of offset. Usually you see people do perfectly symmetrical formations, as indeed have I. Looks like we will knock down the Arclights. So I think we actually have a good shot in this round. Our crawlers are spread enough that the sledges are not killing them too quickly. And I think we're going to have enough chaff. This level 3 marksman might be too much to beat, because we need to hit it like 4 times with our marksman, or 3 times with our marksman. I guess we're going to kill the building first, so it'll depend on what aggroes here. If our marksman aggroes to theirs, which I believe it should, I think we win this one, because we took out the building. Great. Alright, that feels pretty good. Winning round 1 on Giant Specialist is not easy. Let's grab Deployment, of course, because you always grab Deployment. So, I do want Stormcallers, but we're going to wait 1 round for those. I think in this case, because I have Deployment, I'm going to go with just more Marksmen, probably. Could even go up to 5 Marksmen. I think my opponent is very likely to add in chaff, like crawlers, but I think in this case, we just want to double down on what we're doing, on what we're winning with. Yeah, so my opponent's added in fangs, and they've actually gone with the wasp swarm over deployment specialist. We are still going to kill a lot of their Arclights. We probably won't win this one just because they also used a cooldown, but we, of course, have deployment specialists for going forward. Oh, I think we are actually going to win this one. We've got 5 marksmen to their 4, as well as a Mustang tanking shots. And my level 2 marksman tanks 2 shots. Nice. Alright, so now my opponent, I think, is really on the back foot. They've used cooldowns. We are Giant Specialist. They'll probably go Giant Hunter as well here. But we probably won't buy Giants this round. I might go Storms. I might go... a Vulcan to clear these Fangs is also kind of interesting, but I think Storms is going to be too good to pass up. So let's actually grab Amplifying Core anyways, because it's just really good for next round. Throw in a unit of Storms here, where it will hit these flanking units, and then a unit of Storms on this side. Now, do I want to do a lone in order to upgrade my... in order to place a 3rd unit? I probably do. Just making use of my deployment specialist. So let's do that. We'll place these Storms further back, where they will target the Fangs immediately. And then I will upgrade this marksman on the right here. My opponent could go with missiles, in which case we would want to add in shields. But for now, things are going pretty well. My Storms will clear their slow-moving hordes of ground units, and then my marksman should be able to take out the rest of their stuff. Storms just put them under a lot of pressure here to find an answer to the Stormcallers, because all of their units are slow-moving ground units. And then we still haven't even added in what we will eventually do, of course, because we're Giant Specialists. We'll get free Giants later on. Alright, that's looking good. My opponent's stuff is leveling up quite a bit, though. Let's grab Haste Module. Haste Module is really good. Yeah, so my opponent's stuff is leveling up. Incendiary Bomb on these storms is actually really interesting this game, I think. They're very likely to spend a lot of time in it because they have these slow units, but the storms are already winning the round for us, so I don't know if we actually need to kind of double down on those. We should try to attack my opponent from a new angle. One option is something like flanking wasps. They have 4 marksmen, but 4 marksmen might not be enough. I also do kind of want to drop a couple shields. Let's go ahead and unlock some giants, because I will want to have the option to place multiple kinds of giants next round. And then I'm going to go with... I will drop these shields. We used a loan last round, so I'm running a little low on money here. And then, in addition to the shields, I will also grab probably just another crawler unit. No, I guess I'll go with one more marksman. One more marksman will be nice to continue to pressure them, and if they have air units, for example, then we can deal with that. And then next round, we're going to be placing giants and using these items. Yeah, so they went with the elite crawlers. So I probably do want... I'll probably want just Vulcans to deal with those. One thing about the elite crawlers is they're getting in on the storm crawlers, which are then continuing to shoot at not crawlers because of the minimum range. Our shields, I think, are going to win us this round. So that feels good. And then, yeah, I'm definitely going to add in a couple Vulcans. May not use the items on the Vulcans, though. Range Specialist is very nice with giant units, although it's also extremely expensive. I could go with Acid Blast, Mass Produce Phoenix. I think here, even though I really want Range Specialist, I'm going to skip, because I want to get these 2 Vulcans, and I want to be able to upgrade my units. We'll do that. This Vulcan can kind of sit in here. Upgrades, upgrades. With 150, I'll buy another marksman, probably. Yeah, just gonna keep adding in more marksmen. We'll start upgrading these marksmen soon as well. I will not use these modules yet because we're still winning, and I want those for more powerful giant units later on. we're going to need yet another Vulcan, I think, to clear all of these elite crawlers. But given that we were able to add in Vulcans, alright, so they have backlined some crawlers. I don't think that one building destruction will be enough. Although, if they kill this Vulcan, we may not have anything that kills these crawlers. Did they upgrade the crawlers at all? Yeah, I mean, well, they've gone for Subterranean Blitz, but... no other upgrades. So... do I want to backline a Vulcan? I could also use like an upgraded Rhino with Whirlwind or something like that. Backlining a Vulcan feels pretty bad usually. My opponent does also have their Wasp Swarm this round. I think I'm going to go with the Rhino Assault. Airdropping a Rhino should give me a little bit of extra leeway. I could just add in 2 more Vulcans, like 1 to block each line. Hit these crawlers and these crawlers. Then my opponent can start going melting points, but then we can go melting points of our own. Being giant specialist gives us that option. I mean, I think That's going to be the play. These level 5 crawlers do cost them 300, so it's not as bad to use a Vulcan to counter them as it would be otherwise. I could also go with Best Partner and then Marksman upgrades. Because at this point, like, if I have Shooting Squad and Best Partner, I'm summoning in quite a lot of extra stuff. Let's use this Rhino, probably backlining the Rhino. This way it can take care of my opponent's flanks if they have any. Could add in a Fortress. I could just add in more Stormcallers. I think just upgrading my units and dropping another shield in the middle to protect this Vulcan. Alright, so they've gone with Wasps on the back flank. But we do have... Now our Vulcans are countering their stuff. Okay, so they do have the melting points, so we'll need melting points on our sides. We do also have Stormcallers, which typically counter melting points very well. We are going to lose this left building, so that could be a real problem. Now my opponent's Wasps will do a ton of damage. They obviously won't have the Wasps for next round. They could maybe flank with a melting point. That could actually be really good for them. One thing that's nice for us is that our Storms are not getting distracted, so they're going to kill this melting point. Because Storms obviously can't shoot up, so they'll target the melting point rather than the Wasps. We're going to kill the building, and then it looks like our units will turn and finish this off. That will certainly not be enough damage, but my opponent used a cooldown and teched into melting points aggressively. This round and still didn't win, so feeling pretty good about that. Ooh, the Ion Blast is pretty interesting, though. Definitely grabbing that as our cooldown. Definitely going to go with... I think I want Elite Recruitment, and we're going to... Because I need a level 2 melting point to match my opponent's level 2 melting point. Placing this on the wide flank to make sure that it's aggroed correctly. Let's back it up one tile. Come on. There we go. Still aggroed correctly. Still in range. I'm going to give it health and damage as well. Then I'm going to grab a Lone and place another level 2 melting point on this side, making sure that it's aggroed. Use this. I'm going to use this Ion Beam as well. Kind of send it just straight down the front where it will hit my opponent's melting points if they have more of them. Now I could use a shield of some kind, potentially. Or just upgrade more units. I'm guessing that my opponent is going to be placing a melting point here. Hopefully the Ion Beam kills it. I think I will still place another unit of crawlers in front just to distract their potential melting points. Actually, I could also do that over here where we know there's a melting point. Yeah, let's do that, and let's column it instead of frontlining it. Okay. Feeling good about this. They have indeed gone for another melting point, hoping the Ion Beam does enough there. Their Ion Beam actually did not kill my Giants, so that's good. Our melting point killed their melting point really quickly. And this should be game. Although their marksman on this side actually survived. I don't think this is going to be enough to win against my whole squad, but they will get to kill the building and then start shooting a lot of stuff. It would be very funny if this one level 3 marksman soloed my entire squad, including 2 giants here. No such luck for the opponent, though. All right. Starting to gain, I mean, the one thing that's very nice about the matchmaking system is you gain a lot of combat rating when you win these games against people who are higher ranked than you. Okay, Steel Ball Fang or Fang Storm with supply or cost control. Neither of those are great unit comps to start with, but Storm Fang is better, but cost control I think is just better than supply specialist, so I'm going to go with the cost control specialist. My opponent, if you didn't see, is rated 23k, so significantly higher ranked than me. They've got Fangs and Phoenixes, which should do very well against what I have. So I need to be able to clear their chaff with clear their fangs, and have something that shoots up against Phoenixes. I could just throw in Arclights to help us win the Fang fights. I could throw in Crawlers to distract their Phoenixes and help us win the Fang versus Fang fights. I could just put in Marksman to counter their Phoenixes. Their Phoenixes will probably get out ahead of their Fangs, but you never know. I think the safest thing to do, as it usually is, I think, is going to be to place 2 units of Crawlers early. Place these Steel Balls a little further back. And this way we can hopefully distract their Phoenixes with Crawlers, and our Fangs will kill them. We might lose round 1, but again, round 1 you expect to lose, I think, on cost control. Right, my opponent's gone with 2 Elite Fang units, did they? And Field Recovery. So they sold a unit of Phoenixes, and have just gone with more Fangs. That's a very interesting play. I do not know how that's going to work out, but I've never seen something like that happen before. Looks like it did not work out, at least for round 1. But they do now have Field Recovery unlocked already. I think people it's very difficult to come up with a good way to use use Elite Specialist. So people tend to get really wild with what they try with it, which I really enjoy. Tech Specialist and Deployment Specialist this earlier are both really good. I'm going to go with Deployment. Let's add in, I think, just some Arclights, because my opponent has infinite Fangs. Yeah, Arclights should be good. Place these alongside my Fangs. I guess maybe 1 tile behind my Fangs. They've also columned these Fang units, which is part of why we won that first round, because our Fangs in rows beat their Fangs in columns. Now, do I want any tech upgrades? I could go with any number of things, Mechanical Rage or something like that on Crawlers. I could also just deploy yet another unit, like another Arclight. I wonder what my opponent is going to Field Recovery. Are they going to sell the 2nd unit of Phoenixes? Generally, I think Mechanical Rage is a really good investment, but I think for this round I'm going to go with just placing a 4th Arclight. Just making sure I'm using my money, and I'll also grab a shield here, just in case they throw down a missile. Alright, they've just gone with even more Fangs. They did sell their Phoenix, and they haven't flanked. So they're just going with mass Fangs, Fangs only, Fangs always. No upgrades on these yet, So they're conceding the first several rounds just to only having unupgraded fangs. I mean, I could get Stormcallers, something like that. I don't really know what their plan is to back these fangs up. I could go with... I don't think we want Speed Specialist, actually. I kind of like not engaging too early in this round, so I'm going to grab the Haste module. We'll put that on something later on. Let's get these upgraded. Get these upgraded. Deciding whether to upgrade my Steel Balls or not. So my opponent, just continuing to column and row fangs. I could throw in Stormcallers. But we're already winning these battles, so I kind of want to save my tech choices to see what my opponent is actually going to add in. I don't know if I want just even more arc lights. Like, are they going to go fortresses in front, maybe? If they do go fortresses in front, then Stormcallers will be good. This is such a fascinating play by my opponent. It's really throwing me off as to what I can do in terms of winning this round, or in terms of countering their play, because I don't know what they're going to add into this. I think I will add in another Arclight, and I think it's pretty safe to just add in some more crawlers. Usually that's just a nice safe play, and to Mechanical Rage our crawlers. I don't want to tech too heavily into something that's very committal for me, because when my opponent goes with whatever their next unit type is, it could really cost me. As is, they've just gone with even more fangs, and they've range upgraded their fangs, so I'll want to range upgrade my Arclights. We are fighting outside of my shield, so their range upgraded fangs are doing very well. We're going to kill their building here, though, and still have 3 Arclights left. Really fascinated by my opponent's play here. Like, the natural counter would be something like Vulcans, but I assume they have a plan to add fortresses or sledges or steel balls or something to counter my Vulcans if I do that. Subsidized Marksman is interesting, but I don't think we're going with Marksman, so I'll grab Amplifying Core. And then this round I am going to add in Stormcallers, I think. Can I place these where they will hit fangs easily? So let's go with this. This unit. Can't get it one tile forward, unfortunately. Slightly awkward placement from my opponent, or for me from my opponent, which is obviously good for them. Then I will replace this shield, and I'll keep upgrading my Arclights. Alright, so the plan was hackers. Well, Stormcallers will be good against that. As will all the crawlers that I have. Really interesting play by my opponent. Really cool play. I love to see an experiment. I don't think it's going to work out for them. Oh, even better, we got Parasitic Ammo. Alright, well, let's get that and stick it on this front unit of Storms. And then... Are they going... Again, are they going fortresses? I suppose we'll have to find out in a minute. I will probably want to unlock something like Overlords later on, so I'm still going to save these 2 items for those. For this turn, I'm going to make sure I'm upgrading my units a little bit. at least my arc lights for sure. And then add in probably more crawlers and more arc lights. Place these up where they'll divide. And the reason for just more crawlers is that if my opponent just goes more hackers, I want the hackers shooting at crawlers. Okay, lots of shields on the hackers. Gonna need more damage from me, I think, to break these shields. Alright, so the hackers are hitting my steel balls now. So I think we're actually losing this round for sure. The shielded hackers really worked out very well. I'm gonna need, like, launcher overload, something like that, and then probably overlords. Launcher overload just to knock down the hacker shields faster. Let's go with orbital bombardment. Yeah, definitely grabbing launcher overload on my stormcallers, and then I do kind of want range as well on them because the launcher overload decreases their range. And then I need maybe replicate on my crawlers. Or just more storms. I think, honestly, just more storms is going to be the way to go. Try to knock down their shields as quickly as we can. And then I will do shields to try to block the hacker damage. Place an orbital bombardment over here. Alright, then this is the last turn I won't use these items. Next turn I'm going to go with overlords and use those. Use the items on them. These hacker shields are really tanking, though. Did not expect them to tank this long against all this concentrated Stormcaller fire. My opponent also did flank with something. Dang, alright. I don't actually think I want the nuke. So, if I place overlords in... My opponent has flanked with some fangs, that's fine. I can just upgrade my crawlers. Let's see, so the best bet for me with my crawlers versus my opponent's stuff, I do want range on these so they start shooting immediately. I want to add in... Yeah, so I could go with a couple overlords with these items. I could go with fortresses, that doesn't do much. Vulcans won't do anything because of the shields. More Stormcallers could maybe be very good. I have already upgraded my Stormcallers a ton, so let's actually just go with more Stormcallers. I'm gonna give them the item too. Like, we'll give these an item, place these storms where they will start shooting immediately. These ones, yeah, they will. These ones are not new. Then I want to place something in the back line to help kill those, so let's upgrade these crawlers. And also just drop an arc light back there. Oh, ran out of time. Shit. Okay, well, that was bad. And my forward space units. Man, okay. Got really thrown off by my opponent's play, and I think we have just lost this game against this Hacker Fang only strategy. Really cool. Do I have the health to survive this? Maybe. Oh, 60 health. Okay. Yikes. Mass-produced Overlord. Is that the way to go? Probably. Let's get that. I'll buy 3 Overlords. Give my Overlords. Also going to buy shields to block, to protect my frontline storms. Come on. They still have these fangs placed at the back there, but my 2 units of crawlers are both aggroing to them. I probably want to range upgrade my fangs as well, so they actually help shoot down my opponent's fangs. Get these 2 upgrades. Rapid resupply. Overlord cannons, maybe? Overlord jump drives. The cannons will help knock down the shields. Wasps won't do anything in this round. Let's get this. See, I've already done the loan. So I could also do range upgrades on my arc lights so they start shooting right away. I think just upgrading a bunch of units is going to be the play here, though. And then we'll see how well these Overlords do. They're really not shooting quickly enough is one problem they're having, so they're actually all dying immediately. Super cool play by the opponent here. Just getting slaughtered. Alright, well, I was talking shit earlier in the round, but that was very cool. My opponent had just enough health to survive. I think my Stormcaller launcher overload was not good that round. Because it meant that I spent a lot of rounds with my storms not starting shooting right away. Alright. Continuing to not want to start with fangs, so let's not go with quick supply. Probably just go with marksman here. Marksman is a specialist that I think I tend to underrate, but it's pretty good overall. Still can't get over that play from my opponent last round. That was so cool. Alright, my opponent has Arclights and Phoenixes, so I think we're just going to want 2 more Marksmen. Keep these behind my sledges. They won't be able to get past the sledges, so they'll sit behind the sledges. And let's see what my opponent's going with. I assume they're going, yeah, crawlers is what I was expecting. But between our Arclights and sledges, we should have enough stuff to deal with these crawlers. I like the placement of the Phoenixes from my opponent, so that just a couple crawlers get out in front of them, but the Phoenixes get to start shooting really early. Really hard to beat Marksman Specialist first round, obviously, and our unit comp was also very well set up against theirs, so... Alright, so they are Rhino spec. Rhino should be not too bad for us. Rhinos shouldn't be too bad for us because we have all these marksmen. I could go with cheap phoenixes to fight their phoenixes, but losing 40% attack and HP are both pretty bad. Improved fortresses we might want later on. Deployment module is fine, but not great for us. It's more useful for my opponent with their phoenixes. I think, honestly, we're just going to skip this round. The improved fortress is a possibility, but I don't think we need it. I could play crawlers to tangle with their crawlers. I could just place more marksmen. Maybe range upgrade my marksman. I think what we're going to do is we're just going to mix in crawlers. You pretty much want crawlers in every unit comp. And then, is there any upgrades I want? I could get the Fang upgrade for my marksman. I could get electromagnetic or armor for my Arclights. I think we're okay. Do I want to spend 50 on getting a third unit? I think so, because we took the skip this round, so let's do that, and then I'll just add in yet another marksman. Put it on the wide flank. Alright, storms from my opponent makes a lot of sense. We'll want crawlers, forward-placed crawlers, to distract those later on. For now, that should be good enough to win them this round, I think. They're just going to take down all my units which are clustering under the Stormcaller fire. Maybe not. If this gets another shot... Nah, I think... these storms are going to do enough damage, even if we kill the building. Alright, so that means my Arclight should survive this barrage, might continue distracting them. You get this next barrage should kill it, yeah. Alright, so we'll kill one, maybe two. No. Okay, great Stormcaller pick from my opponent there. But I can add crawlers in, put them further forward. This round, I think we want wasps or maybe haste. Wasps could be really good against what my opponent has. Let's go with the wasp form. I think it could easily win us a round. They also do have the rhino. Place this back here. You go with a couple crawler units to distract their storms. Upgrade a marksman. Then, do I want storms of my own? Probably next round I will. Could range upgrade the marksman. I think that's going to be good. Yeah, range upgraded marksman, and I could throw down a missile somewhere. Or a shield. I think we're going to save our money this round. Alright. Haste moduled Rhino is really unfortunate for us. Range upgraded Phoenixes make sense against my marksman, but my Wasp Swarm should win this round for free, I think. Depends on what they aggro to, of course. Oh, alright, so my opponent has anticipated my crawler play with their Incendiary Storms, which are really going to mess me up. Gonna need shields, I think, to block the Incendiary. The Rhino didn't do a ton this round. Extended range storms I could use. I think I'm just going to grab intensive training, though. Intensive training is really powerful. And then I'll probably have to do shields to block their Stormcaller fire and stop the incendiary ammo from doing too much. I don't really like placing these very forward shields usually, but I think it's important this round. I could go with more Phoenixes. I think the play here is going to be my own Stormcallers, and we'll use those, place them like so, where they will aggro like so, where they'll aggro on my opponent's Stormcallers. Then I'm going to upgrade one unit of my Storms, maybe. Could just upgrade a Marksman. Let's just make sure I'm leveling this level 3 Marksman to level 4. I think that's going to be really good. I'll also grab a Missile and place it here, where it can maybe knock down any chaff my opponent places. Alright, we blocked 2 missiles. They went with a ton of Phoenixes this round. Feeling pretty good about this round. We blocked all their Stormcaller fire, I think. My Marksman should be able to clear through their Phoenixes pretty quickly. We do lose both shields, which is the downside of those very forward-placed shields. Incendiary Bomb or Orbital Bombardment, both very good. I'm going to go with Orbital. Orbital Bombardment can catch Phoenixes even when they're not in shields. We'll place this just a little further back where it won't kill all my units. I am kind of priced into shielding both of these units every round, unfortunately. Now, do I just want more Marksmen against their Phoenixes? Probably. Continue to space these a little more widely out. Later on, I might want Shooting Squad if they go with Fangs or something as chaff, although that's not typically very good against my opponent's Stormcallers. Did they go mass-produce Phoenix? No, they went Extended Range Storm, but that's actually making their Storms worse against my Storms. Another option is I could go Incendiary of my own, but given that they're just all in on these Phoenixes, I'm feeling like that's not going to be great. Let's just get our upgrades and call it a day, I think. Probably get Mechanical Rage on my Crawlers as well. Alright, they've placed a missile, but it gets blocked. It does kill all my Crawlers. They have a Fortress with shield upgrades already on their Fortress. So I probably am going to want a Melting Point to counter that. They've spent very heavily on this Fortress already, which means they're highly incentivized to buy another Fortress. So if I tech into Melting Points at this point, that is very unlikely to be wasted. Incendiary, Redeployment, Underground Threat. I could also go with Barrier on one of my Melting Points. Yeah, none of the others I think are going to be super powerful, so let's grab Barrier. Let's place two Melting Points, I guess. So, yep, it's close enough that it's going to be shooting the shield, and we'll do another one on this side. And then I'm gonna... Actually, I guess I can place this one a little differently because it will have the barrier. And then I'm gonna also upgrade the barriered Melting Point. Oh no, that costs 200, that's fine. We'll upgrade our Storms. Bit of a miscalculation there, but should be okay. Alright, I've got a Melting Point. They actually did not go with a second Fortress. They went with Haste Module on their Storms. Interesting. And they went with Wasps. And backline the Underground Threat, along with Flanking Wasps. Okay. They, interestingly, don't have Redeploy on their Wasps, so the Wasps will not be able to be moved now that they've been placed. That said, the Wasps did win them the round by tanking all of the damage from my marksman, so I need something to counter those. Probably go with Mustangs. Ooh, do I want top supply? No, I don't think so. I think I just want attack specialist. Grab some Mustangs to counter their Wasp units in the back line. Gonna get them anti-air specialist or explosive. Either could be good. Probably go with anti-air spec. Their Wasps on this side are actually going to upgrade, which is kind of a problem. So, yeah, I'm going to go anti-air spec on my Mustangs, which means I can place them a little further away. And then I'm actually going to recruit another unit of Mustangs for this flank. Then in the front line, I can backline some Wasps. I can also just midline some Wasps to kind of act as chaff. Yeah, let's do that. Still don't get to upgrade my melting point unless I level, unless I loan, which I think I should, because upgrading this melting point means it clears this shield so much quicker. Then let's actually go up to level 2 crawlers rather than the level 2 arclight. The arclight's not doing much, and we'll upgrade the storms. Opponent has placed a missile, which kills all my crawlers. That's fine. Melting point of their own. I will now need range on my melting points. Clearing all the Wasps, of course, means there's much less chaff from my opponent. And the anti-air spec on these Mustangs is doing a lot of work. I don't think they'll survive this round. Actually, maybe. Depends on if this melting point dies. If they had survived the round, though, then I would be able to just continue to place melting points. Alright, making some nice progress today. I wonder what my combat power leaderboard rank is. Alright, nice. In the top 3K. One thing, of course, that is a slight downside to a matchmaking system is that it has to actually try to match you with someone who's on your level. And so that means that the matchmaking will be slower. Opponent dodging. It was nice of that one player who was so much higher rated than me to play, and then also show me a really cool strat with their Fang hacker thing. Same opponent, dodging again. Alright, a new 25k opponent who may or may not dodge. So the fact that I'm getting all these 25k opponents, I think, means that my hidden matchmaking rating is pretty high, which doesn't surprise me because we were winning a lot before the matchmaking system came in. Okay. I think the best specialist here is Giant Specialist and also one of the better unit comps, so easy pick, in my opinion. Really looking forward to what this opponent has See if they do something really cool like the other guy. Alright, Mustangs and Marksmen against their Storms and Fangs. So I need, or Storms and Crawlers. So I need something to clear their Crawlers. I probably want to set up fairly forward. I guess that means if they deep set their Storm Crawlers, we'll never get at them. I think the play here is going to be to use Crawlers to distract my opponent's units. Maybe place, like, widely spaced Crawlers to try to distract the Storms. Kind of like that. We could tech into Phoenixes next round, maybe. And then I'll set these a little deeper set so they can't just be immediately taken out by an Arclight, or at least we have some options if they go for that. Alright, my opponent's column Stormcallers should be very good against my wide-spaced Crawlers here, I think. We'll have to see. These two each should trade. Looks like we'll win on the right flank because we're in on their Storms already, but lose on the left flank. Look, and we should get the building before they do, so hopefully that's good enough to win us this round. They only have a few Crawlers hitting the building, so it's going to take a while before our building dies. Although even their damage-nerfed Storms do clear Mustangs pretty quickly, so yeah, I think we're just going to lose this one. Darn, that one was really close. Alright. So the reason that we lost on this flank was just they had a whole extra unit of Crawlers over there. Wasp Swarm could be really good. Obviously very good against what my opponent has. And I think it's the best of these abilities as well, so let's grab it, and I will just place it down in the rear flank. Try to knock down my opponent's stuff. Given that they have so many Crawlers, I could go Arclights, I could go with Storms, I could just go with more of my own Crawlers and maybe do, like, Replicate. I think the play is going to be to place more Mustangs over here, where they'll help with the Crawler engagement. And then I could go with more Crawlers in the center as chaff for my Marksman. That's probably good enough. Place these where it'll... I'm going to column these where they'll split around the Marksman. Do I want a missile? I could try a missile, just knock down some units. We have enough Mustangs. I hope that we can clear my opponent's Wasp Swarm if they went Wasp Swarm. I think we're good. They did not go Wasp Swarm. Looks like they just skipped. They went with a bunch of Arclights, which makes perfect sense, but of course is not going to win against the Swarm. The Wasp Swarm will win us this round. Definitely still losing on the left-hand flank. So I need something to clear their chaff so that we actually get to shoot Arclights. I could go with Storms. I could go with Arclights of my own. I could just place a Marksman up here where it'll target this Arclight. Kind of don't hate that. Extended range Storms also pretty interesting, but so is Intensive Training. I think I'll just go with Intensive Training. I really like leveling my units. And I'm going to go with a Marksman to aggro onto their Arclight, and I'll range upgrade my Marksman. Can I place it forward enough that it hits it right away? I can. This is a little risky because they can just have chaff there. So maybe I just want to backline this more. And then, given that they're just doing arc lights mostly, I could just do more marksmen, I think is going to be the play. Kind of sideline these, hope that they aggro correctly to the opponent's marksman. And then I will upgrade my central marksman to level 3. Alright, opponent's gone with more crawlers. Looks like our marksman should hit the arc light. Nope. Alright, so even range upgraded, I didn't place that well enough. I should get anti-missile on my Mustangs as well. So yeah, definitely bad placement by me of a lot of these units. I need to clear their chaff quicker. Which probably means I need to elite recruit some arc lights to take down their level 2 crawlers. Both of those could be quite valuable. My opponent, they went with intensive training as well. I'm planning to get a couple different tech upgrades this round, so I think I will just get tech spec. Because I wanted to upgrade anti-missile on my Mustangs, I think. I believe the play is going to be to get arc lights. In addition to that, yeah, so we're going to get Missile Interceptor, get Arc Lights, and the Arc Lights will help clear out the Fangs. Or not the Fangs, the Crawlers. Place this on the wide flanks where they won't get shot by Stormcallers, but where they will help clear out Crawlers. Do I want to range upgrade them? Probably not this turn, because I just want to level my units. Then we'll get attack enhancement to help clear through crawlers faster. I like this round because it's a very classic game, I feel like. We're both playing just very normal unit comps. My opponent's gone with Fangs, which is fine because we built in some chaff clearing. Next round, I definitely need to range upgrade my arc lights, though. The anti-missile upgrades are doing something. We'll see if we lose this building. Just barely behind this round, or every round, currently. Which does mean that my opponent's units are just getting XP over mine, and that's causing me a lot of trouble. Yeah, they also went Tech Specialist, which makes a lot of sense as well. I could go with the Ion Blast. That would help me clear through a bunch of their units. I could also just go with like Barrier and tech in some Vulcans or something for what my opponent has here. Marksman range also pretty interesting. I think the cooldown is too good to pass up. Could go straight to a level 5 marksman also, which is kind of nice. Let's range upgrade my arc lights. Add in some more of those. Do I want a level 5 marksman right away? Maybe. Over here, I need to place my beam so that it hits a lot of stuff that is dangerous to me. So let's place it like so. Can I hit both units of storms with it, I can. What if we do it like this? That way we should knock out one unit of storms right away. Then, do I want to upgrade additionally? I should definitely do this. Running out of time. Alright. Did just barely run out of time. Our Ion Beam should win us this round, I think. This is going to kill like half their squad. I need more chaff to defend my Arclights. Yeah, actually, we might not even win this round. It's going to be close, even with the Ion Swarm. Ion Beam. My marksmen are just not high enough level to kill their Arclights quickly, and they've got 2 Stormcallers left. Alright, that guy was a ninja who dodged everything. So we used a cooldown, but we did win that fight. Improved Fortress, also pretty interesting. Acid Blast, pretty interesting as well. I could Acid Blast just straight down the middle. Let's go with that, I think. My opponent may shield this round, but I think we do have to take this risk. Do I want to use this cooldown as well? Probably. Now that I have level 2 Arclights on the sides, we definitely are in better shape against their crawlers. I could Mechanical Rage my crawlers. They've got Shielded Fangs, unupgraded crawlers, so I could do Mechanical Rage and Replicate on my crawlers. I think they just have enough stuff that it's not going to do anything, so let's just Rage the crawlers. And I could backline Wasp Swarm. I could also just backline some actual wasps. That might be pretty good. I'll keep that in mind for next round, I think. I am going to backline the Wasp Swarm. Let's also do it on this side, just in case they read me for that and do a missile. Do I want Charge Shot? Probably I just want Charge Shot on some Arclights as well. Try to clear through these fangs as quickly as we can. I'll need to place Chaff here next round, but this round I think we're in okay shape. They didn't shield again, so our Acid Blast should really hurt them, and we used a ton of cooldowns, so I think we're in really good shape for this round, at least. Acid Blast is not clearing these things very quickly, so we are actually still going to need the Wasps to win this fight, so I'm glad I used both cooldowns. But the Acid stays on the ground for 2 rounds, so that their units are actually in a lot of trouble for next round as well. I think we're in decent shape because we have done pretty well at using cooldowns. Gonna have all my units die to the Acid over here. Yeah, my opponent has massively upgraded their Arclights all the time. That's fine. Parasitic Ammo. Oh, I do love a Parasitic Ammo. I could put that on one of my Arclights. Like this left flank Arclight. Very tempted by that. So my opponent's Arclights have been upgraded with Charge Shot, Elite Marksman, and Range Enhancement. So they're very good against my Arclights. And also, obviously, the stuff that they're normally good against. I think Parasitic Ammo is too good to pass up, so let's do that and also upgrade this guy to level 3. Then I think Does my opponent have anti-air on... Yeah, they don't have the ability to add anti-air, so I can backline some wasps, I think. It's totally free to give them jump jets, because we have the specialist for that. And then do I want double shot or shooting squad? The extra fangs could be good. I could also go with ranged enhanced Mustangs. Just another unit of Mustangs. I think I'm actually just going to go with another unit of Mustangs over here. Level all my units. And we'll see what my opponent's got. Wondering if they... Oh, okay. They did already backline some Mustangs. Really well played by them. Totally anticipated my play. I don't know if it's going to be good enough because we still have the acid from last round. And this parasitic ammo Arclight is kind of owning. No, I think that will do it for them, though. Alright, well, great play by them. They completely anticipated my play. It also is starting to get really tough because we are giant spec. Obviously haven't placed any giants yet this game, but we're going to start adding those in this round, I think. I'll grab portable shield, I'll grab jump drive on these, and obviously just move them. Can't believe they just had me with these backline Mustangs. Super cool play by them. Alright, let's add in some Vulcans. Maybe I should have saved my parasitic ammo to Vulcan, and we'll range enhance the Vulcans. Give one of them a barrier as well on this flank. Then I could add in another unit, but I think better is just for me to continue to upgrade. Let's also get the health on our units. Do this. Do I want a shield on this flank? I probably do want a shield. They've gone with even more Stormcallers. Okay, and they have parasitic ammo on this level 6 Arclight, which is why their flank is going so well. I should sell this unit of crawlers. They've also gone with Launcher Overload. My ranged enhanced Vulcan is certainly doing a lot of damage on the left flank here. Right flank is not going so hot. Because this parasitic ammo Arclight is doing a ton of work. So they have... Yeah, this Arclight has a barrier shield. Super cool play by my opponent, just going all in on these Arclights, and their Stormcallers are just overwhelming my units. So, if we live, which we didn't quite. Not sure there was much I could do there. Got behind in the tech race, and their XP outpaced mine. Definitely nice to be playing against opponents who are putting up a real fight, costing me some games. Alright, Marksman Sledge on Cost Control Specialist. I'll always take that. Great unit mix. Best specialist in the game. Alright, my opponent has Elite Specialist with Arclight Sledge. So, I have a few options here. They've got arc lights to clear chaff already, and sledges, so I'm not super incentivized to play crawlers. But, given that they are likely to go crawlers of their own, I could put in arc lights. I could put in just more marksmen, and rely on my sledges to clear stuff. I think what we're going to do this round is actually just go with one more marksman and one more sledge. We can use our sledges to clear their chaff. I'll space my sledges up a little further, I think. And then we can use our marksmen to clear their sledges and arcs. Let's center this just do some symmetry. Not going to be perfectly symmetrical in the center, of course. Alright, so they've just gone with a level 2 marksman. That makes a lot of sense. I think things will work out well for us, though. We have enough marksmen. I don't think their marksmen will clear all of our stuff quickly enough. I also don't like putting your sledges in columns against my sledge units, because then all 5 of my sledges just target one sledge. Like, against what we have, I actually don't think it's right to start with columned units. Assault Melting Point, kind of interesting, even as an early pick, but Haste Module is just too good. And you can even use that on sledges. I'll probably just range upgrade my sledges, or range upgrade my marksmen and just buy more. Again, I think my opponent is very likely to mix in some chaff this round. Let's haste module these sledges. It's not my favorite to do on a unit that's already far forward, but it should be okay. And then I'm going to range upgrade my marksman, I think, and just buy 2 more marksmen. My opponent will probably go Stormcallers at some point soon. But our range upgraded marksmen should do pretty well against their stuff. They have crawlers. I'm going to want Mechanical Rage on my sledges to help clear crawlers quicker. And I probably want to get Shooting Squad on my marksman pretty quickly. Cheaper crawlers, also always very good. I think I take that anyways. My opponent is probably going to Incendiary Bomb me this round. But cheaper crawler upgrades is really nice. It just lets your crawlers do a ton. I could... And I'm probably getting crawler chaff anyways. If not this round, then definitely a later round. Mechanical Rage on my sledges or range on my sledges are both very good against my opponent's crawlers. I think I'm going to go range on my sledges, get another sledge unit. And then do I want crawlers? I'll unlock them for sure. Order another marksman. Probably drop a crawler unit in here. Alright, yeah, so we are going to lose this round for sure, because they've spent super heavily on winning this round with the Incendiary and with shields. I was kind of hoping they would do both. As long as we break the shields this round, then it won't matter. If they get to keep the shields, that's obviously not great for us, but if we break a couple of the shields, also their crawlers are all dying to their own fire. Looks like they won't keep, or they will keep the shields. But the round is actually not that close. We're going to lose it, but just barely. That said, them getting to keep all 3 shields does mean they didn't gain we didn't gain as much out of that round as we were hoping. Amplifying Core is great. I'm going to place that on some sledges. Then, do I mechanical rage the sledges? It's 500, so I'll wait on doing that, probably. My opponent is still... yeah, they're elite specialist. I'm going to go with just another sledge unit and another crawler unit as chaff on this side. I could get these natural upgrades. It's probably good enough to do that. It's a late enough round that I want that stuff pretty early. Alright, they've gone ahead and picked up Stormcallers. That's going to clear through all my sledges quickly, but not infinitely quickly. We did knock down all their shields this round, so that cost them 300. I think their storms... no, I guess I was thinking their storms would be enough, but because we have all these range upgraded units, and their storms are actually not range upgraded, we're getting into range to shoot their storms quickly enough that we won anyways. Orbital Javelin on a storm unit is pretty good. Steel Ball is obviously good against their sledges and everything. I could go with, like, Wasp's flanks as well. I think we're going to pick up Orbital Javelin. I'm going to just Javelin one of their units here. See, is this in range to start shooting immediately? Not quite, so... gotta place it like so, and then it should hopefully hit the marksman as well. Definitely making sure I'm upgrading my units. I do want mechanical rage on my sledges as well, but that would mean only buying one unit this round. Could also go with elite marksman, but that would mean buying no units this round. Given all that, let's just grab another marksman. Have to decide what I'm teching into. Maybe overlords. Not great against marksmen. I think we're just going to go with more marksmen, more sledgehammers. My opponent could go with steel balls later on, but I'm still feeling okay about this. And then, yeah, I'm actually going to center line these sledges. And do I want mechanical rage or anything here? No, I think we're good. Saving my money. Alright, my opponent's gone with acid blast. That is definitely going to cause problems. We hit the marksman but missed the... or no, they've gone with the oil, which just slows movement. And the rhino drop is their pick. I was like, I didn't see acid blast, so I was a little confused when I thought they had it, but... the oil bomb is just not going to do enough this round, I don't think. They will be able to ignite it in a later round, should they get, like, incendiary Stormcallers, for example. Oil bomb, I should definitely be remembering to buy myself sometimes. I'm going to get attack specialist here. It's late enough in the game that just increasing our stats is going to be really nice. Definitely maintaining all my upgrades, for sure. Crawlers are free to upgrade, free to level up. I could go with underground crawlers or replicate crawlers. I could even flank with some crawlers, but they do have arc lights. Phoenixes to help clear through their other units could be good. I assume they're going to go incendiary bombs. I could get field maintenance on my sledges. It's not good against the marksman, but it's good against a lot of their other stuff. 30% extra HP as well. I think I am going to get that. And then probably just buy 2 more sledge units. I mean, they're having a lot of trouble with these sledges. And I'm actually going to column some sledges now. So the marksmen do still one-shot my sledges, unfortunately. Because it's level 2 marksmen shooting level 1 sledges. I should probably have gotten elite recruitment. Yeah, the HP upgrade on my sledges was not super useful, because they're only dying to the marksman anyways. Still ahead enough that even with that kind of mispick, we're doing well. Smoke bomb is going to be huge. Really good against Stormcallers, obviously. Trying to level up some sledges. I could place chaff here to stop my sledges from dying, like some crawlers in the front would be nice. I should also go with some shields, I think, because they have... It could be smoke bombs, and they have their incendiary up. Let's get a smoke bomb. I don't think we care if we hit the arc light, so let's just make sure we're hitting as many of the storms as we can. Then wasps could be really good. Like, I could just mix in a bunch of backline wasps in this round to later on tank my opponent's marksman shots. I could also flank with wasps. I think flanking with some wasp units is going to be nice. Let's double flank on this side. And then we can move them later with jump drive. Additional upgrades I could get. I'm going to go with mechanical rage on my crawlers, and I'm going to mass recruit in another crawler unit as well. And we'll place that here just for chaff for these guys. All right. My opponent had enough. At the rate we're going, we might break 10k combat power tonight. Which would obviously be pretty sweet. Alright, so this opponent has 22,000 combat power, quite a lot more than me. Not my favorite available unit comps, to be honest, but I'll probably go with Giant Specialist. I think that's the second or third best specialist after Cost Control and Supply. And then we've got Arclight and Phoenix, which is a unit comp that's pretty good. Definitely going to be tough for my opponent to win this first round. They'll have to get something that shoots up. So they'll probably go Fangs. If they go Fangs, I might want Crawlers, although they do have Arclights. I could go Marksman against their Steel Ball Arclight. We already have Phoenixes, of course, which means that Marksmen aren't necessarily, like, they do kind of the same thing. I think my opponent is most likely to buy either Fangs or... yeah, their heavy armor spec, either Fangs or just concede round one and get something like Crawlers or Marksman. I guess they could just get Marksman as well. I think I'm going to go Marksman, even though they do the same thing as my Arclights, or as my Phoenixes. Having some Marksman mixed in here means that we'll clear through their chaff a little quicker. Yeah, so they've gone Marksman. We've got our own Marksman. We'll see if their Marksman target my stuff before mine target theirs. Looking like yes. Yeah, so I don't think we're winning this round. I should probably have just gone Crawlers, honestly. I for some reason, I blanked on them being able to just buy Marksman in the first round. That also means their Marksmen have leveled up quite a bit, I think. yeah, a level 2 marksman is a real problem for us as well. So that play, I think, is really difficult for us. I'll grab Intelligent Arclights, I suppose. Then I'm going to bring in Crawlers to distract their marksmen if we can. I might also grab an upgraded Crawler. I could put shields on my Phoenixes. It might help them live a little longer against the marksmen, but I think we don't want that. Currently, I'm just going to grab a mass recruitment and put in another marksman or another Arclight. Probably just another marksman. Yeah, so my opponent's leveled, then just bought more steel balls. This should be okay for us, I think. It depends on how our crawler split works out, where their marksman aggro. Yeah, so their marksman is now aggroed to crawlers. But it looks like our crawlers died fast enough that we may still not win this one. Now, we've still got a few on the left flank, and that should be enough chaff. My marksman didn't even get a shot off against their marksman. The heavy armor specialist also means that our marksmen don't 2-tap their Arclights, so I need to get a damage upgrade or something quickly, I think. Alright, I'm going to grab Subsidized Mustang. I think that one's really nice, even though it's not great against what they have right now. I probably do need to, well, we'll level these. Could range upgrade my marksman. And just buy a couple more marksmen. I think my opponent is going to mix in chaff now, but I think range upgraded marksman to try to win the marksman duel is still the way to go. And do I want to place a missile? Like, let's say they go a crawler unit here. I think I will go with a missile. It'll either hit crawlers or it'll just take out this level 2 marksman. Either way is good for us. Yeah, so they have gone with crawlers and fangs as chaff. Yeah, I definitely need the 10% damage upgrade as soon as I can. Our missile was very valuable. It knocked down all those steel balls. Because they have heavy armor spec, our units are not killing, our marksmen are not killing their Arclights in 2 hits, which is actually causing us a lot of trouble. It's making our unit spend much longer on trying to knock things down. Ooh, all of these are very nice options. Given that I like all of these items, I might just go Haste Module. We're Giant Specialist, too. So I could go with Vulcans, for example, on to sweep their chaff. I think I'm just going to get Haste Module, because I'm not 100% sure what tech we're getting this round, so I want to be sure that we're using... We don't spend too much money. I could go with more Arclights to help sweep chaff. I could do range upgrade on my Arclights to, again, help sweep this chaff. Vulcan... I could just place a single Vulcan on this left flank, but they do already have a ton of steel balls, so I don't really want to go Vulcans early. I could tech into Overlords. Overlords are probably not great against Fangs either. Most of my options against the steel balls are bad at the moment, so I'll wait one round before teching into Vulcans or anything like that, and for now I'm just going to get range and add in 2 more Arclights to help knock down their chaff. Space these a little wider, and we'll get the damage upgrade as well. So we talked about that earlier. Alright, they've gone with the Incendiary Bomb, that's fine. definitely means they're knocking down a lot of my units on the side there. They also, yeah, they did pick subsidized Mustangs, so that will help them clear my chaff really quick. All their crawlers are going to die to their own incendiary. But we do lose this round. That being said, we lose this round to them placing a cooldown, so I'm not too broken up about that one. I will grab the smoke bomb, though. I think that's just a really good cooldown. Let's see. I could go with Mustangs to help counter their Mustangs and to kind of act as more chaff. We do still have subsidized Mustang. I don't think there's anything that we really want Mustangs against here, though. They've got the steel balls and everything, which are gonna just clear through those. Or tank those while their arc lights clear through those. Could go storms against their stuff. Let's range debuff their units on the left here. Storms against their fangs and Mustangs feel pretty good to me, so I'm going to tech in a couple storms. And we'll place them a little forward where they'll hit fangs. And then I'm also going to go with a shield on each side, I think. And I will do this missile again over here. Placing it a little further back this time, just in case they have some backline shields. Alright, so we block some of the smoke, and our smoke works. I think I'm going to want incendiary ammo on my Stormcrawlers. Their steel balls are doing really well, though. I think they're going to win this round just off their steel balls tanking forever. No, it looks like we're good in this round, but the steel balls, if they get the lifesteal, for example, we could be in a lot of trouble. We do also keep our shield, which is nice. Here I'm going to grab Orbital Bombardment, I think, and place it on the opposite side. Then do I just want more storms? I could also just add in Vulcans at this point. I would need chaff as well, because they do have the steel balls. I think adding in a couple Vulcans, since they have gone pretty heavily into fangs at this point, is going to be good, and we'll range upgrade them so that they don't block my... don't get aggroed to by the steel balls, ideally. Place them just a little further back. And then later on, I'll be able to add in some... actually, this one I'm going to place further back and just give it the haste module. Later on, I'll be able to add in some more chaff. Alright, so they've gone with orbital bombardment themselves. My Vulcan is tanking, unfortunately. My opponent's marksman shots on the right here. On the left, it's doing better, but I think it is going to still get hit by the steel ball. This round's a little weird, too, just because both sides had orbital bombardments, and we had the smoke on the left. We do win, but barely. So I need chaff in front of my Vulcan. On the right, at least. Acid Blast is pretty interesting, as is Firepower. I'm just going to give this guy the Firepower upgrade, I think. And then I will also shield, and we'll place a Crawler here to act as chaff. Maybe that should have been a Fang, actually. Then this round I'm going to spend upgrading units. So we really need to catch up on our levels. What else do I want to place? I could just place another Phoenix unit as well. Another Phoenix is tempting. They do have all these Mustangs, though. Another Storm unit. They have some anti-missile tech already. More Marksmen, and then I could later upgrade my Marksman. Let's actually just grab another unit of crawlers on this side to be chaff, and then just level everything up. I'm going to place these behind my unit so that they split in a column. There we go. Just correctly placing my units, and I'm going to go with a missile on this side as well. See if they went with Acid Blast. They did not. They went with a missile, but it got knocked down. My missile also got knocked down. The chaff working perfectly on this side, and my damage upgraded Vulcan is doing super hot, but is getting taken down by their Marksman. So I need just more chaff, I think. Maybe something like... Yeah, I guess I need fortresses. I need something to tank for that Vulcan. It's just dying too quickly. They also did have a flanking unit there. You can tell because my crawlers went off and got distracted by it. So that, yeah, they flanked with some high-level fangs. I think I'll go with Acid Blast this round. Place it here. I could just go with more Vulcans and more chaff. I do still want the shields, I think. Level this Vulcan. Incendiary bombs, pretty interesting against their marksmen. Go with fangs with shields. So their level 3 fangs are currently fighting my level 3 crawlers. What if I upgrade my crawlers? Does that do anything? Not really. They also have Incendiary this round. Another option is something like Fortresses or Melting Points to tank. I think I'll go with Fortresses to tank for my Vulcans, and we'll place these up here. Then we can get the shield on them. Then I'm just going to missile these fangs. They've gone with their own fortresses, but we can add in melting points later on. Although it looks like we're just getting crushed on this side, even despite the advantage that we had in terms of our Vulcan and the acid, but the Vulcan just got caught up shooting this fortress too quickly. So I think that's enough damage to finish us. Great play by the opponent. They had the fortresses, which naturally countered our Vulcans at the end. I should have maybe gone with melting points. Or probably just more storms. I think more Stormcallers earlier in that battle would have been good. It would have overwhelmed their Mustang fire. Their marksman also leveled up faster than mine, which came down, I think, to the turn I didn't level all my marksmen. Really nice to play against players who are good. This game hasn't provided that up to now. All right. I believe we've played against this opponent already, DRA, with 24,000 rating, and lost. Because I haven't beaten one of the players with the really high ratings yet, which I would like to do, of course. Grabbing cost control with one of my favorite starting unit comps. That's kind of a no-brainer, although their unit comp is very good against ours. So let's see what we can do about that. Because if I go with, like, split crawlers, then their Stormcallers will aggro to those and still hit the sledges. If I go with arc lights or something like that, it's going to work really well still against my... Then the Stormcallers will work really well against them. Their Fangs are going to be really good against split crawlers. I think we probably still do crawlers. Now, I could split them through my sledges, like so, or I could do the standard split behind the buildings. I think the standard split is still good. Let's back these units up just a little bit. Actually, I want them forward. No, I'm going to actually do this split, because... and back them up just slightly so that the Stormcallers don't start in range. Because if we do it this way, then what my opponent might end up doing is wasting all their Stormcaller ammo. And then kind of widely space these so they don't all get hit. Alright, so they've very forward placed their Storms. They did the same field recovery. Okay, so this is the same opponent who's doing the Fang hacker thing, I think. And the idea here is to have their Storms kill my building and cheese out round 1, I think. Luckily, they are aggroing on the crawlers, but my marksmen aren't doing anything this round, so I believe we're losing this first round, no matter what. We do have their Storms not hitting my building. If they were hitting the building, we would lose the round. So, yeah, so we're actually going to win the round. So yeah, so I believe this is the opponent who did the really cool Fang hacker play. It's early enough, I like Supply Specialist. We're now just Mega Greed mode. I'm guessing they are going to sell this Stormcaller unit. I'm probably just going to buy 2 sledges. We'll range upgrade and mechanical rage our sledges later on. Then, do I want anything else? I could get like another marksman or another crawler unit with mass recruitment. I think that's probably good. I do want to try to spec into what we're doing. Yeah, so they did sell and they got mechanical rage and just more fangs. So next round we'll get range on our sledges. Alright, they also went with backline wasps. And the backline wasps and fangs are going to win them this round for sure. We just have the one marksman who can shoot up. Cool flank by the opponent here. Maybe the second marksman will be able to survive. No, looks like he's going down to these fangs. So the goal here, I think, is to get me to spec into like a lot of Mustangs or something like that, and then their hackers will ignore the Mustangs with this flank. I think we still will go Mustangs, but I'm just trying to keep in mind what the later plan from this opponent is. I don't think we want mass-produced over... Actually, I might get mass-produced Overlord. Could also get Barrier. It's obviously really good against hackers, assuming they do that. They of course, may mix it up. So that Wasp was a Wasp Swarm, so I don't actually have to worry about that the same way with the Mustangs. Should have paid attention to that as well. Losing 10 range on Overlords is really, really hurts. I might just go with the Barrier and spec into early Vulcans later on. Let's unlock Mustangs. And I can use those. I assume they'll have range upgrades here, so... Are these units going to aggro backwards? Not currently. So maybe I actually just want to missile my place missiles in the back lines. Yeah, I think these Mustangs were a mistake if I'm going missiles. But I should probably just do this. They've gone with a shield and a fortress, okay. Well, we can spec into a melting point to fight that fortress. Or, honestly, just more marksmen. A fortress of our own actually could be pretty good, too. See if we have enough stuff to take out. This marksman dying to the fangs is definitely a problem. I don't know if we have the damage to kill this fortress. We will kill the building, but they're going to kill our building. And I think it will happen at about the same time. No, we're killing it slightly earlier. Do we have the damage to kill a fortress? Come on, come on, one more shot! No! Alright, it will take their fangs forever to kill this sledgehammer. And we do have more sledgehammers. I think we'll have just enough to knock down the fort. I'm not going to spec into a melting point because I think they might sell out of this fortress really quickly. I might just go my own fortress. Range specialist, pretty interesting. Yeah, they get to level this. Maybe we do have to get a melting point. Because that fortress being leveled up is going to be a real problem for us. I could also go subsidize steel wall. And then I'm going to grab a melting point, place it over here. Give it the shield. Want to have this aggroed to the fortress directly. What if we give it the EMP barrage? I also need something to kill these fangs for sure. I could go with range upgrades on my Mustangs, that might help. But I think we're okay just having the Mustangs fight the fangs. I might eat my words there, but I think one Mustang will still beat a mechanical rage fang. We go with another sledge on this side. Alright, so they still haven't... They leveled their fort. They're buying another fort. Yeah, so the idea is just shielded, like, fangs with some sort of shield unit. And that seems to be really powerful. Okay, my Mustangs did win on the flanks, even. Alright, unfortunately, my melting point did not aggro to their fortress. And we didn't clear their chaff quickly enough. I think we're still okay on this side, though. I guess I should have put the melting point further back. But I wanted to break the shield as quickly as I could. I think this level 2 fortress is going to be too much for my units to handle, even if we kill the building, though. Alright, Alright, so we did get the building. Fortress does not one-tap a sledgehammer. Takes 3 shots with the building destruction debuff. We do have a level 2 marksman who's really far back in the line of fire, so I think we'll get this. Because we have enough Mustangs to tank. I don't want Elite Arclight or Elite Rhino, I don't think. Anti-interference module, kind of cool. Let's actually grab Giant Hunter, though. That will pay for itself pretty quickly. Oh, they did get levels on their sideline Fangs, which means that my Mustangs actually won't beat them anymore. So I need something to stop this fortress from aggroing directly to the melting point, like another unit of sledges, maybe, or another unit of crawlers. I could also just go with Fangs, shielded Fangs. What if I go with the EMP barrage and buy another melting point? If I place it here, it doesn't aggro quite where I want it to, unfortunately. There it would. Currently. Of course, now I've got my melting points just all stacked up. I need something on the side to help here. Let's actually just go with another unit of Mustangs on this flank. And then they can come up and help clear chaff. Level these Mustangs. Level this marksman. Not feeling amazing about this. Alright, so they have all these crawlers, but... Oh, wow, the fortress is still aggroed to my melting point? Okay, I did not expect that. Alright, bad aggro, but like bad placement by me. The fortress still aggroed to my melting point. I just needed more marksmen, I guess. Knock down their building, but they do still have 3 fortresses. And it's got the Rocket Punch, the AoE upgrade. Did they go Giant Hunter? They did not. They went Extended Range Fortress. Yeah, the new Rocket Punch upgrade is cool, too. It's also interesting that my opponent has this, like, the strategy where it's sacking, like, they're sacking their first several rounds. Aw, man. Now we take 800. Okay. So I need to buy Field Recovery and move some of my units, because this is a real problem. Could go with Bombardment. I could drop a missile on some of their chaff. I really need something to stop this fortress from aggroing directly to my melting point, so let's get just some crawler chaff up here. It'll die really quickly, but that's okay. As long as the fortresses don't shoot the melting points immediately, that's all we need from this. Then I'm going to get a missile on this flank to knock down the chaff and hire another melting point, I think. Backline it. I could get the lifesteal. My opponent will have a Wasp Swarm as well. Let's also make sure we're getting our standard upgrades. Upgrade this. I am going to upgrade these crawlers. I think we're still killing the building on the right. Alright, they've gone with 2 more fortresses there. Backline Wasp Swarm. clearing chaff and getting my melting point to aggro onto their unit immediately. Alright, now my melting points are targeting their fortresses, but we did lose our building. Man, so the rocket punch just... The rocket punch means that the melting points actually don't survive fighting a fortress one-on-one, because the rocket punch just one-taps them. Maybe with the lifesteal upgrade. And also, for some reason, it's not knocking down their EMP. Like, the EMP is not stopping the fortress from using its rocket punch. Really confused by that. Definitely want this. I think I just need more melting points on the sides. Probably get the lifesteal on my melting points as well. So I need to move my units a little. I think this unit of sledges maybe needs to move, or this unit. So this melting point is fine if I place it here. Get it the lifesteal. This melting point, place it here, I guess. I want it further back where it's not tanking the fangs, but I guess we just can't have that. Let's do some shields as well. Give this melting point the upgrade, and missile the backline again. Do a loan, because I think we'll need it. Love this opponent. They've really found ways to put me on the back foot just every game. Yeah, just way more fortresses. The photon is stopping the EMP too. So we do win on this side thanks to the life-stealing melting points. So do we clear through the chaff and let my melting points aggro in time? This guy is life-stealing. We did break their Fortress Rocket Punch. So is the Rocket Punch just not... Okay, no, it's not going off, even with... For a while, for a moment there, I thought it was going off even through the EMP, but... Super cool play, again, by my opponent. Let's get the heavy armor upgrade and put it on this melting point. Do I want the energy diffraction or range upgrades on my melting points? Maybe just the range upgrade again. Then they'll start shooting right away. I will still place a missile here. Probably should drop a couple missiles over here to clear chaff. Do a loan. Do another melting point on this side, where it will hopefully aggro correctly. Drop a shield. Upgrade. Do I have any units that aren't doing anything at all? Not really. Like, there's stuff I could sell, but I actually think most of my units are in pretty good position. I could sell, like, this crawler unit for a couple like a missile up here. But honestly, I think the crawlers clearing chaff is really important to my game plan. I could also sell something to upgrade this melting point. I think we're okay, though. Alright, my opponent's gone with shield upgrades on the fortresses. That's fine, because we have EMP upgrades on my MPs. And as long as we disable their rocket punch, the fortresses aren't doing anything. We will kill the building. Alright. Sick play from my opponent. Really love what they have going on, but we just spammed melting points forever and took them out. Definitely saving that replay, because that was cool. See how much combat power we get from that. 700 combat power from beating someone at 25k. That's pretty nice. Alright, I am going to quickly take a 1-minute break, and I will be back in a moment. Catch you all soon. Okay, we are back. That was a great game. That felt good to win. That last one. Okay, we've got yet another player at 23,000 combat power. So I feel like my rating is a little higher than my combat power reflects, given that we keep getting matched up against these people who've played 5 or 6 times as many games. So, supply spec with Marksman Mustang seems like an easy pick to me. Good unit comp, second favorite spec. Happy about that one. Alright, let's take a look at what they've got. They've got Arclight and Sledge and our Marksman Specialist. So, gonna have some trouble getting enough chaff to block their Marksman. They'll probably go Crawlers. Feeling like we're a little disadvantaged in this round, but we'll be able to go Stormcallers round 2. And that'll be the plan for winning this one. So, in the meantime, I could just do Crawlers myself. I think that's probably the play. Even though it's Indus, Sledge, and Arclight, it'll still distract their units and maybe tangle with their Crawlers long enough that my Marksman can shoot their Marksman. There's not like a lot else that we could be buying in this spot. Yeah, they've just gone with more Marksman. I think that makes a lot of sense. We are definitely losing the first round. Did place my units pretty well, though, so my Crawlers are coming out just in front of everything else. I think we'll kill their level 3 Marksman, which is nice. My Marksman trades with theirs there. We actually will win the Marksman duel on this side. No, we should trade. No, we're losing it. Okay. their arc light got off one more shot before my marksman killed it. But we did get some levels because of our... Ooh. All of these are super good. I think intensive training is really good. I think subsidized Stormcaller is really good. We were planning to go Stormcallers anyways. I think I gotta go with subsidized Stormcaller. We were buying Stormcallers. This immediately saves us 100 credits. Place these a little back. And a little offset. Actually, let's place them a little more central. Upgrade this unit, and then for 100 I could get something else. Like an upgrade, or a missile, or a shield. Shield is likely to die pretty quickly, because I think my opponent may also, of course, go Stormcallers. I think I will still buy the shield, though. We'll place it a little forward here, where hopefully it will help tank for everything. Right, they didn't go Storms, they went Crawlers. And they did get subsidized Storm, though. Yeah, so their Crawlers are far enough back that my Storms should still be able to shoot their stuff if we were to get the Stormcaller range upgrade, which is why I put my Storms a little further back. I think we are just going to win this one. Do we keep our shield? It looks like it. Great. Kept the shield, and we're going to get extended range Storms, probably just more Stormcallers this round. Do I want any of these upgrades? I mean, I could get Incendiary. Incendiary is, of course, always very strong. So is Case Module. I think Incendiary is going to be better in this kind of Stormcaller off. That is what we're likely to have. It does mean I can only buy one more unit of Storms, but I think that's okay. And then I'm going to Incendiary on this side, in front of their units. Additionally, I'll grab another Marksman to help in the Marksman fights. Okay, my opponent has gone with their own Storms, and a central unit of Crawlers. That's fine, they should get cleared pretty quickly, and the Incendiary will win us that flank, at least. Feeling pretty ahead in this round so far. We're Supply Specialist. And have been winning all the rounds. All of these pretty nice too. Intelligent Marksman, Improved Fortress. Improved Fortress with the Rocket Punch thing that my opponents were doing last round could be pretty fun as well. Crawlers would also... Subsidized Crawler would save me 50 immediately. So yeah, let's grab that and then... Wait, did that not work? Why didn't that work? Alright, that should have only cost 0. I guess I clicked it too quickly. Alright, feel a little cheated out of $50 there. Now, I need something to clear these Crawlers, maybe an Arclight. I think probably just an Arclight will clear those quickly enough for what we need. Place this forward where it'll start shooting immediately. And then I'm going to shield my Storms on this side. Get all these upgrades. And I'm going to mass recruitment and pick up another Arclight, maybe? Yeah, I'll do another Arclight over here, where it can help shoot the crawlers that my opponent is pretty likely, I think, to place. Or they didn't. They went with sledges. So we waste one barrage, and that Arclight, of course, was useless, but my storms are still doing really well. I can get incendiary storms, maybe. Can also get anti-missile tech to win the storm duels. Skill Specialist only works on one. Senior Manufacturing, I don't think we're buying a Giant this round. Although I could buy Overlords. I guess my opponent has a lot of Marksmen, though. Acid Blast is good, although blocked by shields. I think I will still go with the Acid Blast. My opponent may very well be able to just block this with their shields, but I think Acid Blast is still going to be good here. I will also grab Field Recovery and immediately sell this Arclight, because doing that is free and the Arclight is not doing anything. Let's grab a unit of Mustangs, place them over here where they can clear through my opponent's crawlers. And then in order to take out these sledgehammers, I will probably want melting points or just more marksmen. Just gonna grab more marksmen for now. Shield on this side. See, I could drop a missile somewhere as well. I probably should. I'll just drop a missile here, knock down these. And then we'll get our attack upgrade as well. They did distract a lot of my units, but my acid is in a good position. It's not hitting the sledges, unfortunately. We'll have to see if we have enough marksmen. They have mechanical rage, but not healing on their sledges. This Arclight and sledge... Are they going to kill my building before they die? Doesn't matter anyways, we had all these other units. Either of these are really nice. Senior Manufacturing, if I wanted to go straight into melting points, could be really good. They have this crawler unit on the side here, of course, is going to be a problem because it's already level 2. So I could get a level 2 Arclight to clear it. I could get something, or a level 2 Mustang to clear it more rapidly. Let's make sure I'm upgrading. Oh no, am I disconnected again? Come on. Oh, this game was going so well. Alright, that shouldn't be a death knell for us here, but is going to be a problem. Really hate this disconnect bug. I hope they fix it. Oh, this one, yeah, because it always lasts until, like, 2 seconds before the end of the round, too, so you don't actually get to do anything. Unless it was me not selecting a power-up. bug. It's very possible that I just didn't notice that. Alright. I'm gonna check the tape on that one. Alright, because I didn't place units this turn, obviously. So that was a problem. Let's go with this, and I'm gonna go with melting points. Try to get it to aggro to... Can I aggro it to the Overlord? Not easily, alright, so we'll just have it aggro to the sledges if we can. He's over here. Have to do something about that, so let's get mass recruitment and place an arclight on this side. And drop an incendiary bomb over here. Missile over here. Get this. Place some shields. Get extended range on my melting points. Additionally, anti-air spec. Yeah, anti-air spec on my Mustangs seems pretty good here. Then I guess I can do this. Double incendiary. Because what will happen is the oil will be placed down and the incendiary will actually ignite it. Then we'll drop a couple missiles and call it good. Alright, well my opponent going fortresses into my newly placed melting points is obviously good for me. We set their whole side of the board on fire. This melting point, unfortunately, is targeted not on anything useful. They did lose their Overlord, but they killed the building. I don't think they have the damage to destroy all my stuff, even with the building debuff. Okay. Let's see what we've got. Don't think we want any of these, so we'll skip. To upgrade a bunch of my units. This time the crawler upgrade was free. I don't know why it wasn't last time. Now, they will be able to place chaff for my melting point. I definitely need shields, even though they're not amazing. I could go with EMP Barrage, but they already have the Overlord upgrade, so that's not going to do anything. I could go with Vulcans to clear chaff, or just more melting points to hit their big units. Go with Launcher Overload or High Explosive on my Storms to help clear chaff and just knock their stuff down a little faster. I think what we want this round is the life-stealing melting points. No, probably just 2 more melting points. Give them, because they have the extended range, we'll place them at the back where they can help clear the tanks really quickly. And I'll try to just use missiles to clear their chaff. Obviously should have gotten a loan that round, but... Unfortunately, my melting points are not aggroing onto anything good, so we're losing this round for sure. We just didn't clear the chaff quickly enough. I definitely am going to need to watch those tapes to see if I'm just... if that disconnect bug, what I'm calling a disconnect bug, is just me not selecting a power-up. Alright, well, opponent with 33 health wins that one. Curious where I am on the combat power leaderboard, because we're really rocketing up. Yeah, we're almost sub 2,000 now. We started over 4,000. Alright, another opponent with way more combat power than me. Still feeling good about where my rating is, since we're getting these much higher ranked opponents. Giant spec with crawler sledge. Not my favorite opening comp, but the best specialist here, I think. And still a pretty good opening comp. Alright, so they have Arclight Sledge. Well, that's definitely going to do well against Crawler Sledge. At least in theory, but we'll mix in some Marksman. Might want my sledges a little further up. And then, yeah, I'll just do it like so. Right, my opponent has gone with very frontline units and then 2 backline fangs. These fangs are going to take a really long time to get to my units, so it's interesting that that's the placement they chose. They will clear through my crawlers pretty well, I think. Like, they'll help keep the crawlers off of these sledges. But we've got enough sledges that we'll just clear through the fangs. Odd placement by my opponent there. Also, I think there's like cats fighting or something outside. I don't know if you all can hear that. But my apologies if there's some background noise. Redeployment is useful to get early. It gives you a lot of flexibility. None of the rest of these I particularly want. And I don't really want to spend 50 on the redeployment right away, so I think we're just skipping here. And then probably just buying a couple more marksmen. We can backline these marksmen a little more because I'm going to be going with range upgrades for them. And then I'm going to mass recruit and get another sledge. And we'll be using these units to clear through chaff if my opponent frontlines some more chaff. Alright, they've gone with hackers. Cool. We saw this from the one previous opponent. My marksmen are aggroed to the hackers, though, so they only got 1 sledge each. Yeah, we've been seeing this hacker fang thing a lot. I think they'll go with shields on their hackers next. I'll probably just spec straight into overlords for that, because I'm giant specialist. And even though they went with these early hackers, they didn't still win. Let's get... This does not prevent hacking. I think I'll just get shield specialist, and then we can use the shields to prevent the hackers from doing anything. Then next round I'm going to grab Overlord, so I'll just unlock those now so we don't waste an unlock on it. Grab 2 more marksman units, I think, and range upgrade the marksman. Trying to start these in range of the hackers if we can. Yeah, because we want these to start shooting immediately, of course. My opponent will have to place chaff to block the hackers. Hackers now have range upgrades. We do still have one marksman shooting a hacker. They are eating all of our sledges really quickly, though. But I'll probably just use missiles to clear out their chaff, and then my marksman will shoot their hackers quickly enough. Man, that hacks fast. Yeah, because they had to get range upgrades on their hackers, they didn't get any other upgrades. They didn't get the shield upgrade on their hackers. Parasitic ammo is kind of interesting, but not actually great if we're going overlords. And against the hackers will just be able to take control of them. Hackers can't shoot up is the reason I'm thinking overlords will be good. So I think this round is a skip, because then I can get 2 overlords. And upgrade a marksman, of course. Yeah, so my opponent has now shielded their hackers, which makes a lot of sense. As long as we kill their fangs, they have nothing that can kill these overlords, though. So still feeling pretty good about this round. Wow, they ended up with so many more crawlers than us. So these fangs might kill this right-hand overlord because of the positioning. No, they don't have enough range. So they weren't able to shoot the overlord from inside the shield. It is cool seeing opponents go with hacker tech. Attack specialist. Oh, I'm actually just going to grab the orbital javelin, because then I can just knock down 2 of their hackers immediately with that. And then more overlords. Upgrade my units so they get hacked slower is also a potential play here. This does slow the hack if I get photon emission, but doesn't stop it. I can also get the wasp upgrade. I think I'll wait on that. I don't really want to go for more giant ground units because they can just get hacked. But more giant air units I think is probably fine. So we'll just go with more overlords, and then next round I can start upgrading these overlords to do more valuable things. Not currently leveling my units, but we'll do that later. Okay, my opponent also went with the tungsten rod, but they've just gone for some mustangs in the center. I don't know if that's going to be enough to kill all my overlords. Especially because we knocked out 2 of their hackers immediately. The tungsten orbital rod was good for us, obviously, because it went straight through the shield. Oh, now that they're hacking my marksman, though, that could be a problem. That's one way they can kill the overlords, is with hacked marksmen. I think they are losing this round, though. Another cool play from the opponent, and we should be getting another, like, 700 combat rating from that. Only 500? Alright. If we get a couple more games like that, though, we'll break 10K today. Now starting to have trouble finding matches because I think our MMR has gone up quite a bit. Take a look at some of the unit modifications. I should probably change some of what I have spec'd here. Like, I don't think we want Fang summoning on this. I think range enhancement is better. Marksman, double shot, range, elite, shooting squad. Yeah, I still like that. Hey, a game. Alright, this opponent only at 11, or at 12,000, so only a little higher than us. Not like the 25,000-ish opponents we've been getting. Fang Storm with Giant Specialist, or Fang Sledge with Marksman Specialist. I don't like any of these options. Speed Specialist, I think that you should just never take, basically. I might actually take Elite Specialist. Just because I hate starting with Fangs. I hate it so much. And none of those other specialists were really exciting to me, so... Alright. If it had been Giant or Cost Control or Supply, I might have gone with the Fang opener, but as is, I just find you lose your first 2 rounds basically every time when you start with Fangs, and that just sets you so far behind. Now I can get Crawlers, probably. Even though they have Arclight, so I'll just get a level 2 Crawler unit, I think. And I'm actually going to have it split through these sledges, maybe. Elite Specialist is so interesting, because you only get 1 opening unit unless you do something weird. Like, what my opponent in a couple games did was they went Field Recovery and sold one of their units to get 2 of something else better. I could consider doing that. I think I'm just going to go with this, and we'll just split this. It's interesting, everyone's placing their Stormcallers in these columns now, but that's so much worse against other Stormcallers. I don't know if that can be the right play. It probably is, because so many of these players are doing it, but... so they're heavy armor specialists, so we need to prioritize getting the damage upgrade so that our marksmen kill their Arclights in 2 shots. That said... Oh, subsidized Steel Ball. They already have a bunch of Crawlers, so I don't think I'm going to go with that. I think we're going to go with either Portable Shield or Skip. So if I went with Portable Shield, I could put it on my Crawlers, which might be kind of fun, or just one of these Sledge units, obviously, is the natural place to put it. I think we're going to Skip. Then I can get a Stormcaller unlock. Yeah, so my storms are aggroing to their storms are aggroing to my sledges, and then I'll place another Crawler unit to split on this side, and then I'm going to place a missile here to hit their storms. Try to win both flanks. Right, they went with Deployment Module, and another unit of storms in columns. This forward-placed marksman is kind of cool. Oh, and they've also gone for a shield. Okay. Well, we're definitely losing this round because they went for the shield. Our storms are now shooting their marksmen. That said, our missile did really well on this right flank, so we do win the right flank. Maybe if we kill the building at the right time? All I really want from this is to kill their shield. Stop them from gaining too much value over time. Alright, we killed the building just before this barrage landed on our sledges. Unfortunately, our marksman is getting caught up shooting these crawlers, so we still won't have the ability to win this round. But we killed the shield. They spent 100 on the shield. We did spend 50 on a missile, though. Here, I'm going to grab either shield drop or amplifying core. I mean, amplifying core is pretty tempting because we can place it on our, like on a unit of Stormcallers just to knock down shields really quickly. We could place it on a giant if we get a giant leader. I think we still do want the shield drop, though. The shield drop, I think, is going to be really valuable for us. I'm going to grab a marksman over on this side and place it right up here where it will just shoot their marksman immediately. Or actually, do I, instead of that, just get range upgrade on my marksman? That would mean only buying one unit this round, so I think we will pass on that for now. I might still get range upgrade on my marksman later. I could flank with some crawlers, like on this side maybe. I actually don't hate, yeah, flanking with some level 2 crawlers. The Stormcallers are still not aggroing to them, and then I'm actually going to upgrade Replicate on my crawlers. And do this same missile again, I think. Ooh, an Overlord. Alright. Well, that's an interesting play. That is definitely going to win them this round, I think. Maybe if we kill the building at the right time. Because actually, we are killing the Overlord. No, not quite. This missile barrage. Okay, so the missiles are not hitting my marksman. My marksman is going to kill the Overlord. So yeah, we do win this round. The flanking crawlers with Replicate were good enough. And now we know they've got the Overlord, of course, so that's a big advantage for us as well. Here, I'll just grab Haste module. Upgrade this guy so he kills the Overlord a little faster. Upgrade this guy. I could place like a unit of crawlers or something right here, and then the Overlord would get confused and not just blow up this marksman. I could also just sell the marksman. I think actually we're just going to sell this marksman so I can place a further back marksman. And then I will still do a unit of crawlers, but over on this flank where the Overlord will shoot. We'll have to turn to shoot them. Then I'm going to range upgrade my marksman, so this one can actually be a little further back. Do I want a shield? I probably do want a shield over here. I will save the haste module for one round. My opponent might have... they do have the redeployment module. They can't give it to their Overlord, though, because the Overlord is... already has an item. That said, they were able to use crawlers and their Arclight to defeat our crawlers, but wasn't quite enough. We do still lose the shield on this side, unfortunately. I was really hoping that would survive. I think we win this round. They've got like 8 crawlers left. Our marksman, I think, will kill them in time, and we have a level 2 marksman, like a range upgraded level 2 marksman. We'll be able to clear through this Arclight. These have been very close rounds, though. Yeah, even with 2 crawlers. Maybe, actually, because they're going to kill the building. See when our storm gets in range. If they kill the building at the exact wrong time, we could be in trouble. Now the marksman is not going to kill this arc light. No. Debuff didn't last long enough, we're still good. Alright. Very, very even rounds. Let's grab Defense Specialist. I think that's going to be good. Upgrade this unit, of course. So I could range upgrade my storms and just place some more storms to clear through theirs. I think that's going to be good enough. So let's get range upgrade on these and set them back where they'll start shooting immediately. And then anything else I want to do this round? Not really. I guess I'll just level these sledges. Actually, I'm going to haste module these sledges as well, even though it might be better to do that with a giant, but if these get in on their units early, then I think things will be pretty good. Okay, they've redeploymented their Overlord. We did expect that, or did they sell it? No, they just got jump drive on it. This missile is really well placed, so that's going to knock down a whole bunch of my units. I should sell this crawler unit as well. Forgot to do that last round. But it's fully countered, so there's no point in leaving it alive there. We're knocking down a lot of their storms, though. But we'll see if this flanking Overlord can just kill everything. I mean, it's going to break my building really quickly. And they also have some level 3 crawlers. So we kill the building first. We've got 2 marksmen. They can continue to move this every round. Unfortunately, this is going to kill the building, and I think then clear through all my units. Our level 3 marksman does tag it for a lot of damage. Right, need one more shot against it. Okay, nice. We are winning this round again by like 3 damage. Yeah, looks like we'll do another solid 200 to my opponent. This game is going to go into the super, super late game. I think I'll grab Giant Hunter here. It should get us 50 every round from that Overlord already. Gonna shield airdrop on top of my storms, and I'll place another storm unit on this side, I think. Deep set. More deep set, but just where it can kill storms. Gonna field recovery these crawlers. Do I want to flank with crawlers on this side? That could be good still. Probably not, because it's just leveling my opponent's crawlers. Now then, do I want more marksmen? I could also get Mechanical Rage on the sledges, maybe. I think I will do a shield on this side as well. In case of them missiling again. I should have put it a little further forward. And yeah, I am going to mix in another marksman. And then a missile as well. Because the missile will clear their crawlers and let my units do a little more damage, and then I'm going to get my upgrades. And we'll call this one good. Alright, so they've gone with a ton of missiles. A bunch of them were blocked. They flanked with wasps. They did clear my left flanking crawlers. This wasp flank might be good enough for them. They flanked both sides with wasps. This one actually is not, like, the marksman being level 3 means it's good enough. We do lose our building. They will lose their building soon. So I'm going to need Mustangs. I think we should still win this, just because we have the shield and some chaff. And my marksmen are both level 3, so that once they target onto this overlord, they'll kill it really quickly. I don't think I agree with this incendiary bomb. Alright, can we keep the shield? Just want the Stormcaller not to kill the shield. Nice. Another 200 damage win. Do I want the nuke? I don't think we actually do want the nuke in this round. I think I'll just go with the missile strike. And I'll use the missile strike just to knock down one of their Stormcaller units, probably. Yeah, if I put it... Actually, if I put it, like, here, it should hit the Stormcallers and a lot of those crawlers. Upgrade this to level 4. I'm going to add in some Mustangs. These can help clear out these wasps. They're already level 2, so I don't actually need to upgrade them or do anything with them to fight these wasps, even though the wasps can be level 2. Want to make sure I'm keeping up on my unit upgrades here. Alright, what next? I should probably mass recruitment something more in and get a couple more unit upgrades. Maybe just more marksmen. Yeah, I think I'll get in another marksman. Put it kind of back here. And then I'll still get the anti-air spec on these Mustangs, and then I can move them even a little further in. And they can help clear, like, if my opponent jump drives those wasps somewhere else, they can still clear. Alright, they've gone with a nuke. They did move their wasps, but we have the Mustangs still in place. This Overlord is leveling up very nicely. The nuke kills a bunch of my stuff, but not all of it. We still have a few crawlers over there as well. So we should win this round again. But again, only by a tiny amount. At this point, let's see. Speed Specialist is looking a little better at this point. Underground Threat is also pretty nice, but I think I'll just go with Speed Specialist. Continue to upgrade all my units. Could just get range as well. Okay, they still only have 2 Wasp units, so I won't mix in too many more Mustangs yet. I could add in fortresses, just to have shields in the front line. That doesn't seem terrible to me. It's at this point where I start to kind of lose a little bit of ground in this game, because most games don't go to this extreme late game. probably put in another unit of Mustangs over here where they can help clear these wasps if my opponent leaves them there. And then next round I might go with fortresses. This round I think we're just going to go with more Stormcallers. Help knock down their stuff as quickly as we can. Shield over a bunch of my units. And then any other upgrades I want. Nah, I guess not. Alright, they've gone with Underground Threat, backlining some crawlers. They've moved a bunch of units in here, but my anti-air Mustangs are just going to clear out their wasps immediately, so great for us. The Underground Threat crawlers will be a problem. We did kill them before they broke that building, and then we broke their building. So we should be good enough. Now starting to win a little more convincingly. They used a cooldown there and everything. We just have a lot more like late game stuff and our elite specialist, which is a late game oriented specialist as well. Here I'm gonna go with, do I want barrier? Because I am tempted to get fortresses like I talked about. Get the rocket punch on them. I could also just get shield device specialist. I think that's probably going to be better. We'll get shield device specialist, upgrade these. I'm going to add in another unit of them on this side because my opponent has now 4 units of wasps, so even if they move them, we'll have a few more units to clear things. Oh, I should have used my shield airdrop instead of actually buying a shield. That was bad. Level 4 crawlers now. What if I elite some crawlers behind? No, they already have level 3 crawlers back here, okay. I am going to also get a marksman over here where it can clear this arc light because they moved their unit. And then I'll just shield airdrop there. Then we will add in, upgrade this with launcher, with damage, upgrade this with range, upgrade this with mechanical rage. They're now backlining all of their wasps, which makes a lot of sense to me, but our Mustangs will still just clear out their crawlers. It's possible I should get anti-missile as well on my Mustangs. Yeah, actually, the shields on their wasps are doing a lot here. They're Stormcallers with range and Incendiary. Does mean that they are clearing through a lot of my units, but I think the Incendiary actually is not helping them that much. I think that may have been a mis-upgrade by them. That said, we're having yet another super close game. We still don't have the damage to finish it, so this game is going to really very late game. Don't really want any of these, but Smoke Bomb is definitely good. Let's grab that and just stick it straight down the middle. Can put in some more Mustangs even. For sure, upgrading all my units that can be upgraded. I wish there was an upgrade all button. Let's use a missile to clear this crawler unit so my marksman starts shooting useful stuff more quickly. I'm also going to get elite upgraded marksman. Then add in another Mustang unit, I think. Gonna missile drop on top of their storms. and place a couple shields. I won't get a loan this round because we still have a lot of health, even though we could try to end the game. They've gone with smoke as well. Their shields are going to block most of my smoke bomb. Yeah, and will also block my missile. So next round I'm going to get missile upgraded, missile interceptor Mustangs. So I think they will win this round. I think they've spent enough on temporary things and have blocked like all of my cooldowns basically. Their smoke is actually not going to help them against my Mustangs, though. So yeah, even maybe that wasn't quite enough. We'll have to see what my marksman hit. If we kill this Overlord, this extremely highly upgraded Overlord... We haven't gotten a ton of value from Giant Hunter, but it's been worth it, I think. They are going to kill my building. So I think we lose this one by 10. Or so. Oh wow, my marksman is so leveled that it's still killing the Stormcallers in one shot, even through the building debuff. Alright, so we win that round, again, by a tiny, tiny margin. Let's grab the EMP Blast. Place it, like, right here. Gonna shield up my whole front line. I think that's good enough. I will still get Missile Interceptor on my Mustangs. It does mean they will spend a lot of time not shooting air units, but I think it's still good, and I'll just add in 2 more units of them. Kind of layer them further back as well, where they can knock down missiles as they come in. Then obviously upgrade all my units. Paying special attention to upgrading my Marksman, because they have the Elite Marksman upgrade. This round I will pick up Rapid Resupply, just to grab this, and then I'll shield on this side. Alright, we've both gone for the EMP blasts. My opponent is now placing a ton of shields. So I'm hoping that there is a chance that the missile intercept was a misplay and will cause my Mustangs not to kill my opponent's air units, their wasps, but because they have longer range when shooting at wasps than at missiles, they should have a good chance of shooting down the wasps anyways. Killed all their crawlers in the front line. Now my Mustangs are just just machine gunning down these wasps. It's right out of The Last Samurai. Alright, well that round was pretty sweet. Only 270 combat power from that, though. So I don't think we're breaking 10k, since we're not getting 700 at a time anymore. But maybe we can break 9k. Curious where that puts us on the leaderboard as well. Now sub 2,000. Highest ranking on the leaderboard is 3,500, and to break top 200 you need about 2,500. 1,000. You know what I mean. Alright, we've got a 17,000 rated opponent. Alright, we've got Supply Specialist, and I don't see any reason not to pick him. Good unit comp. Second best specialist, in my opinion. Do kind of a natural setup, and against my opponent's thing, I see no reason to deviate from the normal plan. We'll just go with crawlers. Might set these back one more tile just to make sure the crawlers get in first. And I usually like to have my phoenixes at the back of the crawler line, just like even with the back of the crawler line, because that way the crawlers will tank for them, but the phoenixes still get to shoot pretty quickly. Opponent's gone with their own crawlers. Makes perfect sense to me. Try to distract my phoenixes. We do have arc lights, which means we should clear their crawlers at least as fast as they clear ours, but they do have a lot of sledges, which will tank for their marksmen. The phoenixes won't shoot them in time, maybe? Yeah. We have to kill 5 sledges, and they only have to kill 2 arc lights, basically. Or kill 1 arc light per unit. Alright, redeployment, missile device, photon coating. I think this is early enough. I just want to skip here. Do I want just some marksmen? Could go with my own sledges. I think I'm going to go with marksmen. And I'll mass recruit in another marksman. And then I could mechanical rage my crawlers. I could shield my phoenixes. That means the phoenixes would win the marksman duel. Shielded phoenixes, not as good as range for the marksman duel, but still good. And I think it's worth it to try to win this round. So I'm going to go with that. Alright, they've just gone with way more crawlers, so these marksmen are not going to be doing anything. I like their double line of crawlers. It means there will always be crawlers for me to shoot. So I'll probably get Replicate or something on my crawlers. You can see the shields are still working well. We just need to clear the chaff. Them being cost control specialist does make this a little worse for us, of course. Decrease range, but increase HP on arc lights. I am going to go with this, even though it's not... Like, it really decreases their range. It means that these marksmen won't one-tap them anymore. Then I think I am just going to get Replicate on my crawlers and buy a couple more crawler units. Do I want them columned the way they have them? Probably not. I probably want them sidelined, but deep set. And then I'm going to mass recruitment again and buy another marksman. Trying to get my marksman to fight their marksman. Alright, we'll see what they've gone with. They've gone with the barrier and ranged marksman. The ranged marksmen are probably going to win this fight. Although we do have replicating crawlers, that should give us a lot of chaff. Every crawler that we kill, worth more chaff. You can see it's kind of overwhelming them on the... It's definitely overwhelming them on the left flank. It's kind of overwhelming them on the right flank. They do have enough sledges. They're still clearing my stuff. But now we can kill these sledges. Can we break their shield? We probably won't break the shield before the marksmen kill all of us. No, we've got 1,000,000 crawlers, so still doing well. Okay, kill the shield. Shield. No! Oh, shield lived at 2 health. Tank production line. I could do that. But they've already got like 6 marksmen, so we're probably never going giants this round. I'm just going to grab Shield Device Specialist. I think that's good enough to have later in the game. Range upgrade my own marksman. Put in another unit of them. Then, let's see. I should probably get a shield across from my opponent's shield. I could also just get more phoenixes to help break these sledges. Get more crawlers in the center. Let's actually just get more crawlers in the center. I'll column them around here. And then I'm going to mass recruitment and buy another marksman. Right, they've gone with mobilized battleship. Feeling pretty good about that one for us, actually. We'll see if my crawlers do enough. That might win them this round, but it's a pretty expensive cooldown that they bought. Surprised at how well they're doing on this side. I guess they just added in a bunch of sledges. They still have crawlers over here, so yeah, we don't have the damage for this. So what I'm thinking is I might want something like steel balls. Could go with Junior Manufacturing Specialist. I usually don't like that one because it takes so long to pay for itself, but I don't think we're ever going giants this game, basically. So I think I will grab it. And then I could add in steel balls in with my crawlers. That way we can clear through their sledges more quickly. I think we'll do that. Gonna mass recruit another unit of balls over here. Keep upgrading my units as well. Gonna get the attack upgrade. And do I want a missile? Probably should just throw a missile in, like on this side. See if they did shield. Okay. So they're placing a ton of shields, which is really interesting to me. We actually did do some damage with that shield. Kind of nice. Their crawlers are just doing too much work, though. Like, they're tanking for too long. My arc lights are not living long enough. Yeah, and my opponent's units are now, like, way more leveled than mine, and that's what really matters in these marksman duels. I guess we lose anyways, but... just never felt like I had a chance in that one. I guess I should have just gone for Stormcallers. It's tough to beat cost control specialists as well, as supply, because they just do what you do, but better. I think I've got time for one more round, and then we'll call it. Alright, same opponent. So hopefully we can redeem ourselves. No option to take any of my favored specialists, so I think it's between Marksman because they have the best unit comp, and Giant because I think it's the best specialist in this list. I think I'll take Marksman. My Marksman obviously not going to do a ton against their Stormcallers, but still useful. And then what else do we want in this round? They might go with Arclights. They could just go with more Storms. I could go with Arclights to fight their Fangs. I don't think we want to add in more Arclights against their Stormcallers. Add in Arclights against their Stormcallers, though. So I could just go with more Crawlers. Or just more Marksmen. I'll probably just go more Marksmen. Not great against Stormcallers, but good just in general. And good if they go Arclights. Alright, they went Crawlers. So we should have gone Arclights. Now we're going to lose because their Storms are going to hit my valuable units while my Storms are shooting chaff. Although we do have this Crawler squad. A little Crawler squad that could, which might distract their Storms long enough. Can we kill these Fangs before my Crawlers die? Oh, all their missiles missed? Nice. Alright, I don't think we deserve to win that first round, although you really don't want to lose first round on Marksman Specialist. Now, what we want is for this guy not to die, yeah. Because if this guy dies, it gives so much XP. I'm going to grab... I'm definitely going Arclights against what they have, I think. I could go with missiles. Subsidized steel balls. I think we'll just go with missile device. I'll get these Arclights. Buy a couple of them to clear these Crawlers more quickly. Place them like angled like inwards where the Stormcallers won't shoot at them. Then do I want... Should probably flank with some Crawlers to split their Stormcaller fire, maybe? Or get some shields. I think I'll mass recruit a unit of Crawlers on the side here. It's a little expensive, but it does split their Stormcaller fire, presumably. And then I'm also going to go with just a missile straight down the middle. Alright, they've gone with Arclights also. We kill one of their units. We're splitting their Stormfire, but they still kill two of our Storms immediately, which is obviously not good for us. Winning on the right flank because of the missile, it looks like. I probably just want some deeper set Stormcallers to kill their Fangs. Maybe we actually do lose this round. Because their Storms are killing mine. Yeah, they went range upgraded Storms as well. So I'm going to need to range upgrade my Storms, I think. See if this Marksman survives? No. Okay, so we do lose this round. Well, that's definitely a problem for us, because we spent on a mass recruitment and on a missile. And also we're Marksman Specialists to their cost control. This guy just keeps getting cost control against me. Let's go with Speed Specialist. I think that's going to be good against their Stormcallers. And then my Storms are definitely having the wrong aggro. So I need to place some Fangs or Crawlers or something. I think we'll go with Crawlers. to aggro their storms to us. And then I'm going to go with Replicate on my crawlers again, I think. So now their storms should do less. Our replicating crawlers should be good, although they did go with a ton of arc lights. Yeah, their arc lights are not dying quickly enough, so we're still losing this round. And our replicating crawlers are doing nothing. That was maybe a bad purchase. I think I just need more storm crawlers, actually. That was my mistake against this player last time as well. Just not going Stormcallers quickly enough. Here, let's go with probably Mobilized Battleship. They don't have much that shoots up, so that can win us a round, maybe. I could also go with Manufacturing Specialist and try to catch up economically, but I'm never going to catch up to cost control, so I need to start winning rounds. Go with this, and I really do need to start winning rounds, so we're going to Rapid Resupply and use a ranged upgrade on my Storms. Place them a little further back, where they can start shooting immediately. Then I'm going to mobilize Battleship, I think, behind them. And I will upgrade this Arclight as well. Alright, they've just gone with shields and some Phoenixes. So we'll see if my Overlord can kill their Phoenixes. Probably not in time. This time, at least, all their shields aren't surviving every single round, because we have Stormcallers killing them. But I don't think we have enough Marksmen to kill all their units before the Phoenixes do, and that barrage was so bad it just didn't hit anything. Yeah, so the Phoenixes are going to win, so even though we took out a lone and used the cooldown, we're still losing this one for sure. Also, my units didn't shoot at their shield at all, so they do get to keep a shield, which really sucks. Definitely feel like this opponent is just a round ahead of me every single round. Just like a step ahead of me every single round. I should go with Parasitic Ammo, probably. And then just more Marksmen. And I'll Parasitic Ammo this unit of Stormcallers at the back here. And then maybe my Marksmen will be enough to knock down their Phoenixes. And I know they have shields, so I won't bother with missiles. Yeah, my opponent went with more shields again. Haven't broken this shield, so my Parasitic Ammo Storms aren't actually creating any units yet. Really needed those to hit something. Honestly, it just feels so bad to play against Cost Control Specialists, because they just have so much more money, and I really think they need to nerf Cost Control. But this game, I'm not going to say I haven't been being outplayed. I'm also getting outplayed, but that's definitely a factor here as well. Go with Orbital Bombardment. I know they're going to shield again this round, but I still should do this. If I place it in the center, it might kill their Phoenixes as well. Let's grab this, and I will, this time I'm going to shield my units. At least on the sides, probably in the center as well, because they have orbital bombardments of their own they could use. Then do I just want more marksmen, more arclights to clear their chaff? Probably just more marksmen. Get 2 marksmen and range upgrade my marksmen. Yeah, so we did at least block their orbital bombardment. They went... That's very interesting. They went with the oil slick. That's going to slow down all of my crawlers. I need just a little more damage so my Stormcallers actually do something. There we go. Now we're making some crawlers on the side there. But they still killed all my units. I think I need more frontline chaff so their Stormcallers aren't just hitting my storms immediately, but for whatever reason, their frontline chaff is so much more effective than mine. I could try, like, Vulcans or something, but they're shielding every round. Let's go with photon emission. I think I'd better... maybe I'll just get amplifying core, so I can put it on this unit and it'll break their shield a little faster. Then, honestly, just more storms, I think, are the way to go. They're going to miss a lot of shots against these crawlers, but if I go... And I'll also get extended range arc lights. Try to clear through their chaff a little faster. Do a lone. More arc lights on this side. Upgrade my crawlers. I think that's the issue, is that I had the heavy arc lights, so their arc lights were ranged, and their arc lights are longer range than mine. Do I want EM shot on my arc lights? I could also go with mechanical rage crawlers, for example. Maybe that might get them in a little faster. I do need these upgrades, so yeah, let's just do that, and then I'll go with some missiles, and I'll kind of backline my missiles so they help clear chaff. Because I don't want them to run into my opponent's missiles. Yeah, so this time we broke that shield, which meant that my Stormcallers, the Parasitic Ammo Stormcallers, hit earlier. So definitely some things going better. And why did they only make 1 crawler that time? That barrage killed like 8 fangs and only made 1 crawler. Their crawlers, unfortunately, took me out in the middle here. So my single sad crawler on this side wasn't quite enough. Do they have 700? Looks like they do, yeah. Alright. Definitely felt behind against that opponent the whole time. I would have liked to play it without cost control on their side, or with cost control on my side. I would have taken that too. But that was still great. And thank you for watching, my friends. I think that will be it for now. But have a good one. And as always, you know, leave comments and whatever. Cheers, folks. GG.